Hello and welcome here, everyone. Welcome to this lovely Wednesday. We are excited to get this evening underway with some amazing League of Legends action. Hopefully, it is going to be entertaining across two amazing series. Of course, we are starting a little bit earlier than expected, but it's going to be right on time for the action. My name is Orbital. With me is, of course, the best minion to ever wander off the Rift, who, of course, is going to bring all the analytical power to the Rift. It is RMC, Random Minion Caster. RMC, how you doing today?
Orbital, I feel like you're talking me up a lot here, and I'm a little bit scared. I don't know how much analytics I have for these teams coming through, but Orbital, it will be fun. That much is true. And we are starting today with the Challengers Northeast A division between St. Mary's University, the Huskies, up against Bryant University, the Bulldogs. So, yeah, there's a bit of a K9 fiesta waiting to happen here.
That's I think the best part, right? And of course we are heading into week number 3, so hopefully we see teams starting to get things under control. And honestly, already it looks like St. Mary's is starting to reach that way already to 0. And I think that's really impressive considering you and I were talking about their team and they were even saying it themselves. They're a roster of off-roll players. I mean, to off-roll and still be 2-0 at the start of the season, I think is pretty good.
Yeah, fair enough. And the opposition for them tonight, of course, Bryant University, they too have multiple players who are off-rolling. So that's why I said tonight analytics might take a sort of backseat to just the individual skill and the adaptability of these players. Now, Bryant University, on the other hand, currently sat at 0-1 with a bye in week 1. And because of a bit of a rough start, you know, they're paying a lot of respect to this SMU roster, saying that they're recognizing tonight is going to be a very tough match, and they're hoping to be able to claim their first win of the season.
It's going to be a good time. And for SMU, of course, we have the most fantastic roster out there. We got King of Fish as well as Cheeky the Fish, not related there. Dom Books, which I love, and Hurricane Ryan, and then Sidnu coming out in top to support order.
Okay, and I don't really know too much about them. I know a lot of them are AD carry mains specifically on this roster. So
yeah.
You know what? I'm going to keep an eye on this bot lane because I feel like if Hurricane Ryan ended up being the AD carry for the team on a roster full of AD carries, that means he has to be the best, right? That's how you get the spot?
Yeah, that's how it works, right? Taking a look at Bryant University Bulldogs, though, we got Satisfaction K in the top side, Smashing Alloy at, of course, a jungle, Mr. Magic Sheep at mid, Wasting UDP 12 at ADC, and then the 8 Waffles at support. And I just love to imagine that she's literally just 8 waffles stacked on top with like a trench coat over, and like, I am human, I'm playing League of Legends.
You know, that actually sounds kind of tasty. I've also not quite had food, so I'm a little bit hungry. That said, this roster, a lot of jungle off-rolls that are coming through. So I'm expecting to see, you know, some level of map awareness and coordination across the map. After all, that's what junglers normally do anyways, right? Ganking each other. Funnily enough, the 8 Waffles is not one of those jungle off-rolls. So I don't know if we're going to see the jungle support synergy be quite as strong. But hey, maybe we start seeing the top lane roam out a little bit more. Maybe top lane isn't that island tonight.
Well, that's what they're hoping for. Of course, right now, though, one of my big questions is, of course, when you get down to the brass and tacks, it's the idea, and I think to me that is a big part, is how much does the off-roll actually impact these players? And I say that because of the fact that when it comes to competitive League of Legends, you do want people that are maining these roles. You want people that have, you know, exemplary skill and they have a lot of experience in it. That way they can deal with a lot of things coming up. The fact that it's not, I don't know if you said it. I know you said it was comprised mostly of ADCs. We have to say exactly how many ADC mains there are. So on the side of SMU, there are currently 4 ADC mains. Count it, 1, 2, 3, 4, and they're in some of the most hilarious positions I think I've ever seen. It's not like mid where you would see like a traditional carry at, which I know some people really like mid in ADC. You know, you queue that up in solo queue. But it's top jungle, ADC, and support, and you're like, how do you get 4 ADCs, and how do you get any of them to willingly play for the rest of the team? Because ADCs are notorious for being very selfish. Come on, man.
Who says you have to play for the team? We just need a Vayne
true.
Twitch jungle, your choice of AD carry in the AD carry role, and Ashe support. All AD carries.
Oh, God. I hate that's actually, by the way, that is actually legitimate, and I want to cry so bad because the meta is so crazy. It's so much fun as well because you could almost have a mid lane ADC as well. What Smolder can now be flexed possibly in there. I mean, like, you have so many interesting champions out there. I mean, RMC, do we get shenanigans like that? this time, or are we going to see more tradition? Come on.
As funny as it would be overall, I would be surprised if we did see a 480 carry composition. That's it. SMU, if you can make that happen, that'd be great. Bryant, on the other hand, we talk about off-rolling for Bryant. Because they're jungle off-rolls, it's not quite as bad. It's, top jungle AD carry who are kind of off-rolling. And you can play a lot of different things in those roles. Jungle and top do tend to share a lot of champions within their pool. Zac, Trundle, Lee Sin can be flexed between the two. Rengar can even go mid if you want. So I'm not too worried about top and jungle. What's interesting to me is the AD carry, watching UDP 12, that particular player in that role, right? They're the highest ranked player on their team. They're the big carry to watch, but they're not really an AD carry player. And I'm curious to see if Washington ends up going with a more traditional marksman, where you're just kind of testing mechanics, or whether we start seeing, maybe some overlap like Twitch jungle. Brand is another champion that we've seen in the jungle recently who can go into that bot lane. Whether we might even see mages to come through as well, because I know that he does play a handful of them as well. That could be an option for the side Brian.
That's so it's no matter what, it's going to be interesting to watch for, right? And I think this game one is going to shine a very large light on how these teams like to play and what they want to kind of engage towards, because right now in the meta, it is going to be shaken up once again. I believe the notes for a patch, I think it's like 14, is it 14.3 or 14.4? I can't remember which one we're on.
4 will be the next one. We're currently on 14.3.
Yes, and that patch as well is starting to hit home on some very much needed champion, adjustments, we'll say. There are some nerfs, there are some buffs, and it's making use of what you currently have available, right? Number one is we do have to talk about Smolder. Smolder, you and I have seen in all levels of play have some success and some failure, and I feel if you are going to select Smolder, you need a very specific composition that I'm wondering if the teams are willing to put together, because it leans against a lot of what we just talked about, right? Like we're talking about triple jungle, we're talking about 4 ADCs. Smolder needs like a very tight-knit composition if you want to make it work.
Yeah, the biggest problem with Smolder, of course, is that the early game is kind of rough. Until you hit 225 stacks, that magic line that suddenly makes Smolder a huge champion, kind of similar to what we used to talk about, Castlewin level 16, Kale level 16, it's 225 Smolder. Before that, Smolder really doesn't do as much damage, and almost any other AD carry will out-damage that tiny little dragon. But at 225, you get an execute threshold. I think it starts around like 7 or 8% with the way the stacks kind of work. That's the big breakpoint. And at that point, suddenly Smolder becomes a mini Elder Dragon. So you need a team that can bridge you to that point. Once you get there, Smolder can and will carry the rest of the game, especially with the different sort of composition, or the builds that we've seen come through for Smolder. More higher damage, more dangerous, Navori Quick Blades with Essence Reaver. If you want a safer route, Shojin's Rift Maker, and you do a lot more poke damage. But another sort of OP champion that has been revealed on this patch overall is Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate AD right now is absolutely busted. You build a Kraken Slayer, you build a Rage Blade, and you do more damage than a turret. You can literally just stand there and auto even tanks to death as well. So considering the amount of AD carry players on the side of St. Mary's, perhaps that ADTF can also be something that we might see. If you want 5 AD carries, sure, chuck that ADTF in the mid lane. It works there too.
Yeah, just run it wherever you want to, and hopefully you get some value out of it. And I think that also talks about, what these teams might want to do. If ADTF is such a huge point, there is a secondary reason why ADTF, not just the damage, is so present. It's the fact that you do have to be globally present in the game right now. There are a lot of objectives to really play for. We're talking about the Void Grubs on the top side. I think internationally now, no, we've given them many names, by the way, over the course of these last few months. At this point, I'm pretty sure I've heard word that it is Kevin's. We just got Kevin's running around in there. I like to call him Ed, and Eddie. But we've seen a lot of focus head towards that top side, trying to get those Void Grubs down. At the same time, the relenting pressure on the Dragons. Like, these are objectives that teams now almost have to split 50-50. And having that type of TF available to split the map, to influence the rest of the lanes is very important. What would you really want to match if you are running an ADTF? What have we seen most successful in their RMC? Like, what would we see if we are getting an ADTF comp, or is it just a supporting cast?
One of the big things about the ADTF as well is that global pressure you mentioned, Orbital, but also the fact that it ends up becoming an AD carry, which outdamages actually a lot of the current traditional marksmen. So the problem is that there's two aspects to deal with. One, you need that sort of diver or way to shut down ADTF, whether that be a ton of kind of Frozen Hearts, pardon me, to try and slow it down, or whether it be Assassins to type that backline. The other problem is the global that you have to kind of use to match that AD TF. Even if it's in the bot lane, it can still cover a surprising amount of distance and can gank into the mid lane, cover the Herald objective from that bot lane faster than most marksmen can. So what we have been seeing as an answer has been things like Talia, like Nocturne to come through, so that should that numbers inequality occur, you have a semi-global to match as well. Nocturne, particularly with things like Orianna, has been a very common combination. Not only just the OTF, but just squishies in general. Things like, if you Zeri, who has gotten a couple of buffs, still not super popular. Smolder can be shut down with that combo as well. TF as well can be shut down, not to mention Nocturne being able to turn off the lights. Can do a lot of damage to TF trying to figure out what's going on.
All right, well, that's thoughts to work with or work against ADTF. What are we going to see with the TF? Because, again, if we're talking about how to lock down the TF, are we actually going to see a lot of globals come out along the same side as or is it just like the general just do whatever? If you're pairing with TF, you can literally run anything. I can run 4 squishy support APs and we'll get away. Is that what you're telling me, RMC?
Pretty much. Anywhere you can slot a damage
Oh my
carry,
gosh!
That's where a TF can go. You just need a damage source somewhere. That's where Twisted Fate goes. You need a split pusher. He can do that. You need a CC bot. You know what? Even the 80 build can throw out a lot of good cards. So TF, very, very flexible. Can kind of go everywhere right now. And the reason why I think we're harping so much on this is just because with the sheer amount of 80 carries in the game, right? Or 80 carry players in the game right now. ADTF is not a hard champion to pick up whatsoever. It's pretty basic mechanics. Just draw the right card and you're good to go.
So thoughts moving in there. That'll be fun to watch. But get an ADTF or just an APTF, go against the grain, if you will.
Just not have a TF.
Oh, yeah, that too.
That's impossible.
That's, if you really, really want to be that super special person, don't run TF on your comp. Smolder can still be played. We still seen, as you said, that scaling power. And we're still looking in that jungle role as well. If you're trying to influence the rest of the map, we're still seeing picks like the Maokai. We're still seeing picks like the Xin Zhao. These are all power picks that have been shared between all the players, right? Specifically with Smashing Alloy. I think a lot of the ganking, we got a Zac, a Rengar, even in a Moo play. I mean, these are some off meta, but at the same time, some very meta champions, the brand up there as well. So we'll see what they go ahead and pick up as we are into the draft.
And it's worth noting that these teams have already pre-drafted their drafts in a third-party client, so we'll be seeing them in role order rather than the actual pick order that comes through. And just to clarify, it is going to be St. Mary's University Huskies on the blue side for this game, and Bryant University Bulldogs on the red side.
And already taking a look here, you can already see a pretty nice set of bands there. The Trundle and the Vladimir. I already know where my eyes are looking, right? Into that top lane, into that mid lane, just taking them out. I think that's the Trundle headed straight towards Satisfaction, one of the most played, and then of course Mr. Magic Sheep. The Vladimir, one of the top played and one of the few, I want to say, mid champions that they do play. So already, we haven't seen any of the main champions, but understandably, doing the homework, heads up for SMU.
And as you kind of alluded to there, Orbital, there's a lot of pocket picks that Bryant's University side has, regardless of what role they play, and especially the top side, right? We saw the Trundle ban to come through right there, and the mid lane targets as well onto Mr. Magic Sheep, because we mentioned there are 2 players who are not off-rolling. One is Mr. Magic Sheep, and the other is the 8 Waffles. And Mr. Magic Sheep has a very specific set of champions, as far as I could tell from his OPGG. Vladimir, Teemo, Victor. Now, Vladimir and Victor were banned. I think we saw those 2 banned out. So, are they trying to push Mr. Magic Sheep onto Teemo? Because I'm going to be honest, Teemo is still pretty toxic. Malignance is still pretty strong, despite the nerf. And as much as people hate or love to hate Teemo, it's viable.
Listen, you skipped over the most important 5th or 4th pick in that OPGG. You forgot the Master Yi. Come on, lay some respect on the Master Yi pickup.
Not
there.
in the mid
Could be going. Not in the Listen, I've seen worse. I have seen worse in my solo queue games. This is why I don't play solo queue right now.
Ooh.
As you can see, though, we are getting some of the picks out, and the Zac and the Darius, and I'm done. I'm so done right now. What did I will see you later, RMC. Go ahead, walk us through this.
I'm just going to say, have you ever seen jelly in a blender, Orbital?
No.
Well, we're about to see that. First of all, the Zac picked up by King of Fish here, this feels like a deny away from the side of Bryant University because Smashing Alloy plays a ton of Zac. You could almost call him a Zac specialist. So that one's a deny, and I'm really hoping that King of Fish knows how this lane works because you don't get to interact whatsoever with Darius.
Nope. And you see the rest of the power come out. You know, the Master Yi behind can create an even worse situation. But in the rest of the lanes, the Xin Zhao for Cheeky the Fish. This is another one that has been ramped up quite heavily with the Lysandra behind. You get a very nice lockdown situation, especially against the likes of a Master Yi. Keep in mind, both the Lysandra and the Xin Zhao were picked up a little bit later in the draft. The Master Yi was a little bit of a blind there. So really keeping that one in mind as you see the rest of the bands come out, you can definitely see where everyone's focus was.
Yeah, and because of that, Lysandra was actually a counter to that Master Yi. I really appreciate that from the side of SMU Huskies because CC is the answer to Master Yi. And unfortunately, Zac CC is a little bit iffy and conditional. Alpha Strike can mess that up, whereas Lysandra, point and click, even if you try an Alpha Strike away, you're still going to get caught by that. And we see the Twitch Milio, not the jungle Twitch we had called for, but still strong, solid Twitch. And Ezreal Karma, we mentioned before, washing UDP, really good high rank player. And with that high rank comes mechanics. So I don't care even if you're not an AD carry player, if you're, Diamond 1, you should be able to pull off that Ezreal.
It's one that at this point should be a staple inside. It reminds me of all like the talk of when Varus was really high priority, right? And still is high priority, don't get me wrong. But Ezreal is one that you drastically, or I would actually akin it to Xayah, right? Like there was a point where Xayah, if you didn't have Xayah in your pool, you were considered a low tier ADC just because of how high priority it was. So Ezreal couldn't be being locked in. This is not only a safe getaway, but it allows for that kind of stylistic, if you're chasing me, I can get away, self-peel, because my support needs to be focused on the Master Yi diving into the backline.
Yeah, and let's start with these compositions holistically. We'll start with Bryant University because that Darius and those Master Yi, those are the two that really caught us off guard, Orbital. And I think it's a very simple composition from Bryant University. Not a ton of CC necessarily, just a lot of damage. And they're looking to just overload you. Darius is going to run at you. Master Yi is going to run even faster at you and be kind of the first one in. And if you're distracted the Master Yi, Darius runs you over. If you try and run and not deal with the Darius, Master Yi runs you over. So it's kind of very dangerous. It's going to occupy a lot of your attention. And meanwhile, Ezreal is just pew-pewing you from the back. Annie, solid engage for the team. So really straightforward composition to come through. Now, the Huskies did draw some nice answers. The Lysandra we already touched on to deal with Master Yi. But CC as a whole is going to be good to try and stall this team down. Not just the root from Lysandra. Even the slows to stop Darius getting in range for you is going to be key. Xin Zhao has the Crescent Guard as well to disengage the fight. And this team from the side of St. Mary's University, the big carry is the Twitch, right? Twitch can free fire, can absolutely burst everybody down, pick up reruns, hurricane, spray and pray, people drop dead. So it's all about creating space, and they've picked all the picks they can to try and do that for the side of St. Mary's.
And not just that, even with creating the space, you still need that peel. You still need that extra battery pack. I efficiently dub them the battery pack because it's Milio, right? Milio is seen as that piece of the puzzle that quite literally elevates a B tier or C tier ADC about 2 levels up. And the reason I say that is Twitch is starting to become a little bit of a known ADC. In the current meta, it was more like Lucian, maybe the Varus coming out, of course, the Varus and the Ezreal and all that. Twitch has risen in popularity for those that have played Twitch quite often. The early game, not exactly the best, but mid-late game becomes that powerhouse. That whole scaling situation now is amplified. Like, Milio is Karma 2.0 from a while ago. If you pick Milio, it feels like you have a lot of strength. My only question is, this is a very squishy backline, right? You take a look at this backline. If Master Yi gets on just a little bit, it's scary. Even with Lysandra, even with Xin Zhao, QSS, you're good. So, if you're looking at this RMC, I gotta ask, if you are SMU, what are the perfect conditions or what are you watching for? Moving to mid-game, say early game goes even. What are you going to be looking at in mid-game to deny the likes of the Bulldogs from getting onto your backline?
It's got to be Doombox, right? In the mid lane, that Lysandra. Because, as you mentioned before, Darius trying to get back there is going to be rather difficult. It's really the Master Yi you're caring for and really trying to shut down. As long as we don't see Expedition caught out on that Twitch too far up ahead, there is going to be some difficulties for Brian to actually engage onto his backline, barring, some beautiful flanks coming in, maybe a TP behind or a ghost behind or something like that. Twitch should be able to destroy most of the incoming threats before they actually arrive there. So I think a lot of it just comes down to this mid jungle duo. Can they do that or not? And it's worth noting as well that Doombox, the mid laner, is an actual mid laner. That's the one person not off rolling. So if you have to trust a player to be able to pull off that champion for this roster for St. Mary's, then that's who I'm going to be looking at.
All right, well, there you go. Eyes on that mid lane. And for the other side, let's go ahead, toss it over there. This composition, it looks kind of silly, and it looks like a lot of power picks, but as a synergistic whole, it does feel like it loses some pockets that Annie felt like it was kind of that glue. You know, hey, big CC, drop it in the middle. But quite honestly, they don't have much fallback. It's either go in or you don't go in at all and you kind of fall apart. Where do the win conditions come if they don't get ahead, if it actually does end up? Because that's what we got to think about. We're heading into the game. I want to ask you that, RMC.
That's a tough one. I'm actually thinking about that. And ideally, for the side of Bryant, you don't fall behind. Cause,
right. Like, that's the ideal.
yeah, because it kind of depends on who falls behind as well, right? So if it's the Ezreal who falls behind, it's not the end of the world. You're actually still okay because Ezreal in this situation can play safe. And in fact, I'd actually argue that Ezreal should fall behind in this lane. One niche little thing about Twitch that we don't see too much about or too often is that Twitch can actually outrange the arcane shift. So if Twitch starts unloading on you, you arcane shift away. Spray and pray actually extends your range enough that oftentimes we'll see, especially the old AP Twitches, but later game AD Twitches will just kill Ezreal before he can get to safety. You've got to both flash and arcane shift to get out. So if wasting UDP ends up losing the lane, that's fine. That's okay. The Ezreal skill. But if your Master Yi and your Darius lose the lane, that's when we've got problems, Orbital, because those two don't have a good comeback mechanic, and those two are the big threats. At that point, you're praying that Mr. Magic Sheep can get a huge, massive 5-man engage, or at least find the back line. But that's very conditional. That's why I said I would rather Bryant not fall behind, because they don't have a lot of options to get back in.
And if this is how the series is going to turn out, I think it's important that you and I lay down the reason why these types of conditions, like every game of League of Legends has a condition set, right? That we call them win objectives or anything like that, right? Requirements to win, objectives, you got to take care of it. When we talk about conditions to win, there are some that are easier to execute than others. And the ones that I dislike the most are ones that literally rely on you win or you lose. Like there's no other way to come back. It's so difficult that you only have one opportunity to really make your way in. So that's why we're kind of really looking at this Master Yi, at this Darius, these champions that do require things to go a little bit more in their favor than other champions. Right now, though, King of Fish, realizing this might be a problem as a wave is currently stacked a little differently. And I mean, we were curious. We were watching for that level 2 to hit and if things were going to get spicy, but actually it's the bottom lane as Wasting eats a decent chunk of damage without really turning anything back.
Yeah, that's kind of tough, unfortunately, for Wasting and 8 Waffles. A lot of that bot lane relies on the karma that 8 Waffles is piloting. If she can land the poke, they're going to be fine. But if the minions get in the way, then they'll have massive problems. Topside, Satisfaction trying to find the all-in here. And as a Darius, that's what you want to have done. Satisfaction has actually been eating a lot of minion damage, which is why they're down right now in terms of health.
Let me say that, but that's only level 2. You don't have the apprehend just yet, but King hits it first, and he's going to try and get that damage, but now you're in trouble, right? That is such a dangerous spot to be in. I mean, I'm amazed Satisfaction wasn't like, I want to try and all-in and get the flash, right? Because that could have been a real threat.
Satisfaction's playing this really patiently, because you actually have the kill threat. Even if you pop that cellular regeneration, the passive from Zac there, you're not going to survive as Zac. The moment you get popped, Darius will just blend you. That's why we were joked about the jelly in the blender. And so Satisfaction K wants to be able to all in and just kill you, flash or not. Satisfaction K is running flash and ghost, so you can definitely run down this Zac. That flash will only save you if it gets you under turret.
All right, well, with that being talked about, we set things up because that top lane is kind of spicy and I want to see it happen. However, the junglers are setting up their own interesting path. You can see him now rotating over as Cheeky the Fish realizes that the enemy jungler is in view. Smashing Alloy can't really do much, but they are going to pinch. Now take a look as well. Mr. Magic Sheep actually has the inside track, so it is going to be SMU that's actually run out of the jungle. Ghost going out, though. Satisfaction saying, I want it. And a good flash out. Cheeky says, I want, but it's a flash ghost instead. Cheeky, you are going to be first blood. There is not a chance a live flash out for Mr. Magic Sheep, but first blood to one of the worst champions to give it to SMU. A little bit frustrated as Satisfaction will get the kill.
I'm going to be honest, there was no good champion to give that one to.
Nope.
Master Yi skills. Darius is going to smash the lane. And even Annie would be a problem for Lissandra to deal with if she gets fed King of Fish. Now going into Satisfaction. I don't know. I don't know if that's what you want. I don't think you ain't going to get no satisfaction doing that.
You really weren't, but on the spot side is another question as a power Q owns away. What a brutal showing. Now Flash on the side of Expedition is able to turn it around. You do go into the Ghost Swarm. A little bit of a quietness and sneaking around the Krugs, but SMU able to trade it back, but Bryant with the overall pressure is starting to win in some of these exchanges.
Yeah, I don't think Hurricane Rana is expecting that burst of damage to come through right there. Kind of got caught a little bit with their pants down. And 8 Waffles wasting, doing a good job finding that kill. Problem is, wasting went down, Expedition didn't. Now, thankfully Expedition didn't stay around trying to get the CS. It was very, very risky, and 8 Waffles did a lot of damage. So the bot lane will be kind of safe, and actually the true beneficiary of this is going to be Cheeky the Fish, who got to pick up quite a few minions to the bot side, accelerate themselves, especially considering what happened to them on the top side of the jungle. Getting a little bit of help to alleviate that is huge.
We'll see if they can rotate it a little bit further in. This is going to be a level 6 hit. Almost immediately, Dombook said, hey, Mr. Magic Sheep, you're not really magic right now. There is no Flash Ghost. Keep that in mind. So Dombook said, I can go for this one. Cheeky the Fish going to route that Annie, and it is going to be a kill back. Granted, on Alessandra, it's not perfect. It doesn't have that major damage oomph. However, getting a kill back either way, putting it 2-2.
Yeah, and you kind of just want to win the 1v1. Oh, no Frozen, no Glacial Tomb available. Is Smashing Alloy wants this? Nah, Smashing Alloy just wants to farm. I just realized, Orbital, I've been calling him Doombox. It's Dombooks.
Yeah, that was a fun part.
My bad.
It's a good name. I like it. Also, wasting, one of the funnier things as well is Wastings is a way to say it, and I went wasting. I have no idea if that's the way we're supposed to say it either.
I don't know if I just got a list of typos. I was given the name Washing Up. It's wasting up.
Well,
apparently.
you know, yeah, you know what's not. Hey, waste, there's not a chance out. It's a good way. Arcane Shift, you're safe, but it's a good gank, right? Cheeky trying to make use of this clear. It is going to be Grubs on the top side, though. So it will be Bryant to go ahead and collect all 3, get a pickup. Wasting in the 8 Waffles, saying, yeah, this is going to be ours. That's a dangerously low, and I keep forgetting it's actually not that low, right?
Yeah. That's it. I think that's the right choice from the side of SMU here. Because you aren't going to win that top side, right? So Cheeky the Fish, Xin Zhao, let's talk about the champion a bit. He's a strong early ganker. He's an amazing duelist. What you want to do is get some ganks down and apply pressure with the Xin Zhao. But that doesn't work when you've got a Darius into a Zac topside. Your Zac does not have the pressure, and Darius can 1v2 you. So instead of going for that, Cheeky the Fish says, we'll go down bot and get our priorities there instead. We'll go down to this lane where we're already winning, and I will make them win harder in exchange.
Not just that, get extra behind Dombooks, though, saying, I want a chance, but what a turnaround! That is the Annie damage, and we talked about it. Just raw mechanical skill. Hashtag skilled. That is Mr. Magic Sheep to get the kill.
Hashtag skill. I face rolled and won. I mean, Annie
Listen,
just...
there are like 4 champions that can do that. One of them is Annie, second one Syndra, third one I'm pretty sure is Katarina, because all you do is face roll on that champion. That's it.
Sona, the original face roll champ. But to be fair, I mean,
True.
When you pick Annie, you're not picking it for the mechanical skill. You're picking for decision making. And props to Mr. Magic Sheep, recognizing that Lissandra doesn't have that much damage. If she doesn't kill me in one rotation, I can kill her in one rotation. And that's why the early gold for Dombooks was important. Because if you can get to the point where you can actually pull off the kill, you're good. If you can't, that happens.
And now Cheeky the Fish still lining up exactly what you said, RMC. Good double tag as well. Gets a slow on both, and there's only one flash. I mean, there's not even a flash there. One more shot will do it, and Expedition finds the end of the Expedition. Great kill 2-0 to the Twitch.
And you know what? For Waffles to go down there, that's fine. As a support, you got your AD carry out. That's the important thing, right? Wasting survives. Dombook's now trying to find the gank top lane, but a quick ghost means nothing will be found. But Bryant not in position to reciprocate anywhere on the map.
I mean, I'm liking this, right? Early pressure by SMU, trying to lay things down and also trying to invade. Smashing Alloy was roaming into the enemy jungle to get some farm and trying to take one over Cheeky, but now it's only cause a rebuttal, right? Everyone's kind of invading and now causing a little bit of a shift. This is a problem if you're not keeping track of the enemy jungler. Mr. Magic Sheep will fall. Count him. That's 1-2.
Good rotations. You don't expect the Milio gank. Now Satisfaction might be in trouble.
No. No, that's satisfaction with full, and that's going to be a cleave, but look at the slam back. King of Fish wins. That's a dub, and on the bot side, we're getting another fight. Wasting is trying to run away, but with the Master Yi coming in, it's going to be a whole other story. Good boot back, and Smashing Alloy can't follow up. But all of a sudden, SMU St. Mary looking much stronger.
Yeah, and when I spoke to Brian, when I spoke to 8 Waffles, she had said that one of the things is that rank-wise, these teams are fairly equivalent, but they're putting great respect on the coordination that St. Mary's University can put out. And we saw it right there, the roam up from the Milio. That's not a normal roam, but it was what they needed to be able to get that gank off in the mid lane. And the coordination in the bot side as well, you know, the way Expedition just barely got out. The exhaust onto Master Yi doesn't cut his movement speed because of his ultimate, but it does reduce his damage, right? And that was what all it took for Expedition to be able to walk out alive.
And then we have to talk about the top side very briefly before Dragon comes up. I mean, King of Fish, that's not, you were talking about, that's not a lane that I think Zach is really supposed to win.
No, and I guess we found out what happens when you throw jelly into the blender. Sure, the blender will blend it up, but it will also gunk up the blades. Unfortunately, in that case. Satisfaction, I think, taking a bit too much damage from the minions as well. We've seen that repeatedly throughout the laning phase. Zach doesn't have that much damage himself, but the minions help out, and Satisfaction has to be aware of that.
It can't happen again, right? These are lanes that we talked about. Brian, their win condition is literally win early and you have value. That's really it. At this point, Smashing Alloy, you have 1 assist, but you haven't done much else. Yes, you have a CS lead, but you want to start expanding upon that. You also went a little bit more defensive, right? We see the Merc Treads coming out, which is respectable, right? But when we talk about Master Yi's, you want to go all in. With the upcoming grub takes as well, this is going to be a big challenge. Smashing Alloy is here, but look at the wars going down in the hard road state. However, Expedition's still on the bot side.
Well, Wasting and Waffles have actually moved up completely, so all 5 members of Bryant wanting to link up together at this second set of Void Grubs, and they succeed.
Wow.
Yeah, they chased out SMU. Now, keep in mind, Expedition never left the bot lane, so Expedition going to get some plates and going to get a bunch of CS to his name.
It is, but here's the thing. I'm still watching the minimap, right? And it's SMU going to try in a 4v5, and keep in mind, this is a flank by Mr. Magic Sheep. Magic Sheep does have flash, and this could be a big blow. They're going to jump in and walk right in, but that's only 1 stun on the back end. It's Smashing Alloy to get chunked out because that's the main goal. Good smite. SMU deny, I believe, all 5, but look at the damage coming out. Even though the grubs aren't being taken, it's the kills going their way. Satisfaction able to clean up 1. The bleed is just too good, wasting away, about to get another, and that's Annie to pick up their second. No kills go the way of Wastings, but the kills do land in Bryant's pocket. That is going to be a big dub for them as they lose no one.
Interesting where the kill distribution went as well, but a lot of gold into Satisfaction's pocket. And I was getting a bit worried for Satisfaction because King of Fish had completed a very early Thornmill to deny away a lot of Satisfaction's laning power, but with this gold influx, that top side should be fine. My bigger concern now is this bot lane for Bryant, because Expedition was there the entire time. Sure, Bryant has equalized the gold as a team, but the bot side still has a massive deficit.
Okay, so bot lane, we're getting something. Expedition has to run. We saw a little bit of boots out. I didn't know Mr. Magic Sheep still had flash, like you say, but Satisfaction now running. As much as we were talking about all of this, it's kind of scary, right? All the kills went to the side of Satisfaction, but the rest of the lanes are a little bit questionable, and now we're going to see that kind of tug and pull. SMU kind of upset.
Yeah, and SMU going to be able to fight this dragon, right? They are stronger here. Now, it's important to note Expedition has not based and actually spent that gold yet. So they're actually, I thought they were stronger. Thinking right now, they're actually not as strong as I had hoped. What will swing this in their favor is Dom Books pushed out Mr. Magic Sheep. They'll flash!
And they were able to grab that flash out, and now you just round them down. This big wing con could be the tipping point. We said SMU just need to slow them down, and they get the kill. They're now stacking the dragons. RMC, Bryant's window, feels like it's still open, but going even, we talked about it. You don't want to go even. You want to take a lead. Well done by SMU to collect the second dragon.
But remember, Orbital, in the beginning when we talked about where the lead needs to be and who can fall behind. For Bryant, it is Wasting who can afford to fall behind. So I'm still okay with this, where Expedition is getting ahead. That is huge for SMU, right? That's their win con. But Smashing Alloy still doing really, really well, and that's the one who's going to deal with Expedition later. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Magic Sheep.
So this is the other side of the Annie matchup that you mentioned, right? Annie, you don't pick Annie for the getaways or anything like that. You pick her for the decision making.
Yeah.
For that reason, you're very, very vulnerable if you don't have flash.
Yeah, and unfortunately also, like that's not like Mr. Magic Sheep was overextended. You were basically under turret. The burst damage from SMU is just high enough. We talked about where the gold went for Bryant. Well, the gold for SMU went to Dombooks, right? Malignant's already completed fairly early on. A needlessly large rod already picked up. So you just need a little bit more damage to tip it over and find that, oh no, not exactly a solo kill, but to successfully complete that gank on a little bro.
I mean, we're talking about the breakpoints. We're talking about where the gold's going. There's not a whole lot of gold going Smashing Alloy's way. This Master Yi that we see picked up needs to get a little bit more help. Yes, you're getting the objectives, and yes, you're getting farm. But we've yet to see this other tipping point really be that breakaway. So I'm kind of curious. Hextech's Soul is also up for play, which is going to draw a lot of focus towards those junglers. In the top line, King of Fish tried to bounce Satisfaction into turret range, but not going to have it. Instead, they flash in. And King of Fish doesn't have Cell Division, so Satisfaction says, "You're mine." Rampage for the Darius, 5-1-0.
Not gonna lie, when that Noxian Guillotine didn't kill King of Fish and still had like, what, 15% health, I thought it was done. One more swing was enough to take it in. Cheeky the Fish has to think twice if you want to go for this Darius. You might win, but that's a kind of big might there. I'm not convinced. And speaking of mights, we should also probably clarify, as you correctly called Orbital, SMU picked up 2 of the Void Grubs, so we will not be seeing Void Mites. The only way we get to see what we affectionately refer to here as Twitch chat, the Void Mites, will be coming from the Herald in Smashing Alloy's inventory.
That's still one of the best things in the world. I forgot who came up with that, but I love
Yanni.
the idea of... Okay. It was there, and then also like a few other people. Yeah. By the way, who we're talking about, Yanni will be joining on the desk. There's another series coming up. A kill off the screen, though, because we're talking about this game right here. Satisfaction about to get killed here, but Cheeky the Fish has to run away. Good save by 8 Waffles, but she cannot deny the follow-up. Smashing Alloy trying to jump in, but you can't. And you might actually have to use the ult to run away. You're going to get on top of that scuttle. And you are going to run, but there's the ult because you're getting pinched. You're on the wrong side of the map. Smashing Alloy can't get booted out of the Hextech Gate. Hextech Dragon for the win.
Tactical reposition, Orbital. A very successful one. Smashing Alloy breaking ankles with that Master Yi speed and able to get out of a very rough position. Expedition.
Oh, big burn as well. I think Wasting has to burn the heal, but it is done. No AP to slowly poison them to death, but it's enough. That is SMU collectively grabbing massive pressure in mid and top.
And that's what we're talking about with this Twitch Orbital. The fact that your range is so incredibly long. You force the Arcane Shift, you force everybody out, you almost find them. It's only going to get worse from here. Expedition had an accelerated lane phase, had some kills to their name, and... Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Hey, come on, man. Wait, that's Wasting's jungle. Not anymore. Well, unfortunately, losing that mid lane outer turret has put the jungle in a dark spot right now. And you can't be taking those Hextech gates without the wards on the end of it. And Orbital, this is the kind of problem. I was going to ask, who answers Expedition right now? I don't... Smashing Alloy isn't online. You can see the gold difference. The biggest gold difference is actually coming from that jungle world. Or, actually, no. About the same as the bot lane. But that's kind of a problem, because that means Expedition's up, who's a big carry for SMU. And the answer to that, Smashing Alloy, is down. So we can almost add that together and say it's a 3k deficit almost in terms of the strength relative to each other on these teams.
It's just dangerous. However, Satisfaction is about to try and increase their gold lead or decrease the deficit of the team chasing in. King of Fish is going to get run down, but take a look, the TP coming in, and that's the wrong way for the slingshot. King of Fish was like, why didn't you tell me you were going to TP in? Why didn't you tell me we were going to do that? I could have slingshot back in. However, Smashing Alloy wants a taste here as well. I'm not sure you want to fight this, though. This is double up on the ult, and there it is. It's just easy CC. Good Q to come out, but you weren't in alpha. You are gone.
Okay, you know what? We need to add to that deficit Orbital, because I forgot Dombooks, the answer to Smashing Alloy, pardon me, is also up in gold right now. So it just feels like all the answers that Bryant had originally are being stifled right now. And throughout all of this, Expedition was just pushing that mid lane completely, utterly free. At this point, with the level lead, with the item lead, Expedition can hold a lane 1v2 against Wasting and Waffles.
And I feel at this point that's lending itself to SMU's strength right now. We talked about Bryant having that early game and needing that really good early game. It is one part of it, right? That is down. However, there is a very late game piece that can come about as well if you so wish, right? It is the last-ditch effort to get multiple kills on that Yi. However, on the top side, Satisfaction is trying to duel out and save their life. Dragon is not going to go down because the kills are going to happen. It's a split fight as the map is split down the middle, but it's kills all the way through. SMU, whether it's top or bot, will gather everything as Cheeky gets a cheeky quadra.
What on earth, Orbital? And let's not forget how this bot fight went down. This was a numbers disadvantage for SMU. And out of nowhere, Cheeky gets the quadra. That was a 3v4 with Dragon being leashed by the side of SMU. And because of this, Orbital, I don't know where to go. If you're Bryant right now, what do? We stalled. Satisfaction K did a great job up top. We got the numbers advantage down bot. We let them lease the Dragon. They took the early damage, and it just did not matter.
And I mean, I was talking about, I was getting onto the cusp of saying, you know, there is that last-ditch effort. There is a singular option that you can play for. It's not really conditioned. It's banking on the opponent of, you get all of these shutdowns. You're praying for massive gold, like that last team fight that just goes awry for SMU. You're praying it funnels into Smashing Alloy, because Smashing Alloy is 0-4-2. That's your bait, right? That is your hope. But at the current moment, SMU are doing so well playing around this Master Yi, this Fed Darius. It is completely respectable and impressive.
Oh, Twitch chat does not get joined this game whatsoever.
Nope.
Brian did not take a ride on that Herald. So one thing to note is that a lot of times you talk about getting on the Herald because you do additional damage. If you can take it down without riding the Herald, you don't need to ride the Herald. So that's perfectly fine. Dombooks looking for Mr. Magic Sheep, not able to find this. This is a chance right now for Brian because Smashing Alloy is in the area. Oh, Smashing Alloy walked away. Never mind. I was going to say they could try and kill the Lissandra, but no. They decide they need to cover Baron, which is probably the right strategic call.
No. You're not just covering. You're looking for the kill. Satisfaction has walked too far up, and you flash into the knockup. Smashing Alloy can't even help. Satisfaction is dead. You are unsatisfactory right now. King of Fish now rounding Smashing Ally, who is getting smashed out of the lane. That's going to be a jump in. Good curve around the wall to stave off death. But SMU, the Huskies are running wild right now.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Bulldogs just don't have an answer. And, oh, another catch. Smashing Alloy.
Smashing Alloy, and in the bot side too, it's just death all around. It blossoms all over. SMU can do no wrong. RMC, we said come mid-game, if SMU are even, they're going to feel great. They're ahead by 1.5 miles. There ain't no stopping them.
7k gold advantage right now, soon to grow, maybe a 10k by the time they're done with this Baron as well. There are turrets ripe for the taking on the side of Bryanton. SMU, they've just played this so incredibly well, bro. It's not just the composition they drafted that said, hey, as long as we scale up, we'll be able to take this. It's mechanically how they've been doing this as well. The fact that SMU, that teamwork Bryant talked about, that they respected so much come into play. They move first, they group first, and they push first.
And I think that overall is a big thing that Brian are going to have to take a look at game number 2. In about 2 minutes, we are going to have Hextech Soul ready to play for. And SMU, if they get that, there is no running away. We saw how Smashing Alloy barely got away that time. There's no way you're running from an Hextech Soul. You will be slowed to oblivion. All of the spell reeling will be up even faster. Like, SMU have got some of the most perfect Rift options available in the global objectives to literally almost gift them game number 1. Wasting, you gotta run. You gotta run. You don't want to be here. Over the wall you go.
And there we go, Expedition just opening up as well, soloing this out, but oh, the snipe wasting.
All right, you're able to get 1. How much more can you get? Wasting is going to try their best, but look at that. 2 out of... You fall! You are able to flash away, but it just falls another flash behind, and now you are dead. And because a Waffles got chunked, you have to burn flash on the Karma as well. Smashing Alloy can't even kill Dombooks for good reason, and Satisfaction is just now entering the fight. SMU, yes, they lose 1. It's not the worst thing in the world. You missed a Q! Dombooks, no! Dombooks, no! Wrestle Team going to come in to help clean up. There's going to jump forward, and it's just death. Dombooks says, alright, I might have messed up. Hopefully no one saw me, as SMU are going to take bot lane tower.
Not even close, Overall. Not even close. Dombooks didn't need that Q. They knew. They were fine. Yeah, SMU just trying to run over this game. Utterly and completely. And, you know, I'm thinking about it overall, and the more I think about it, it's unfortunate that we've got off-road junglers versus off-road AD carries, because the AD carry, the highest ranked player for Bryant, off-rolling into the AD carry position, matching up against the best of a bunch of AD carries, right? Like we said, that's why Expedition got the spot. it's
Right.
just kind of pitting your weakness into another team's strength. It's such an unfortunate matchup, and going. And if you're Bryant, you're thinking a little bit about game 2 at this point. I don't think you're coming back into this one. Smashing Alloys 0-6-2. That was one of your big shutdown conditions, which isn't available to you right now. You're down almost 10,000 gold. For Bryant, what do you do into next game? Do you continue trying to play this like high risk, high reward style with Master Yi and this scaling bot lane? I almost feel like I want to see more aggression in the bot lane.
I mean, the aggression is going to come to you one way or another. I mean, that's just what's going to happen. You're going to try Smashing Alloy against the back and what was hoping to be a Pensa, but that's only in a Master Yi dream. Right now, it's a nightmare. As 4 die in the blink of an eye, 8 Waffles is the only one not eaten up.
Baron is down, so I don't think they can actually win on this particular push. Again, we're only 25 minutes into the game. Death timers aren't that long, so it is going to take a bit longer, Orbital, but the game is speeding up as they're getting stronger. And Cheeky the Flash about to pick up Hextech Soul, so that nightmare situation you're talking about, we are getting there, as if it didn't already feel like it.
Why is it not already a nightmare? Like, you're 0-7 and it feels really bad. Like, for a Master Yi, you saw the idea behind it, right?
Yeah.
You saw the idea, and I really respect it. But it is true that things did not go your way. Right now, you are praying for that silver lining in there. Right now, everyone is split. There are some kill bounties available. Maybe you get something. Maybe you start getting 4 or 5 extra kills in the back pocket, and maybe you get a fight on even ground. However, King of Fish is going to draw in the tippers, and down goes Smash Alloy for the prize. Rest of the team of SMU collide and collapse in the bot lane brawl, and once again Waffles is the only one not eaten. SMU have free reign to dismantle the base.
And we said they needed one more fight. That's the fight they were looking for, Orbital. That's the fight they found. Waffles, you can wave clear. Is there a hero moment here? There's not even somebody you can try and take out. So Waffles gonna sit at base and watch as the Nexus crumbles before their very eyes.
You know what? Sometimes you try and bluff your way to a pot, and sometimes someone's holding the nuts. Like, that's literally what happened. You went for the Darius, you went for the Master Yi, and I fully respect it.
Yep.
But honestly, props to SMU. Like I said, it did not feel like they were just walking in to die on Brian's side. It was SMU saying, we just don't want to fight Master Yi, and never let the Master Yi get off the ground.
Yeah, and again, respect for both these teams. Remember, this is a best of 3.
Yeah.
So Bryant took a risk in game 1 with this. We mentioned it. It's a high risk, high reward composition. Your Darius has to take off early. It has to apply that early pressure. And then you're looking to snowball that Master Yi. Problem was, with that high risk composition, St. Mary's recognized it, identified it, and played perfectly to shut it down. I had questions about the Zac. I didn't think the Zac was going to be able to survive the Darius 1v1. Well, simple. Don't make it a 1v1. Bring the Fish Bros together. Cheeky the Fish, ganking King of Fish. They managed to keep that Darius behind the entire game, and that snowballed into your Master Yi. Your Master Yi never had a chance either to really get off the ground. And so going into game 2, Orbital, I'm expecting a complete 180 from Bryant. A much safer composition potentially to come through for them. If you're going to pick that Ezreal, if you're going to pick something that scales that bot lane, I'm expecting to see more stable lanes this time.
Not just that, looking in that mid lane, I mean, Dom Boogs and Mr. Magic Fish had some fun of their own, so we'll see if things do shake up for the Bryant squad. But right now, we're going to go to a quick break and get ready for our second game. We'll see you in a bit. And we are back. Testing phases done. That was the alpha version of Bryant. They were having a little bit of fun. They were trying their best. And honestly, I love the gamble. Now you're sat with a stack of chips. That is all you get to play with for the rest of these hands. And you got to go up against what looks like a very primed SMU. Let's give props because St. Mary came out and looks unstoppable.
Yeah. Oftentimes you say non-stop action. The action don't stop. It literally did not that game. SMU never let off the brakes or off the accelerator, the gas, pardon me. They didn't know what the brakes were. They didn't have to. They just kept on rolling. And as you said, for Bryant, they're now in a tough position, right? It is early season yet. We are only in week 3. So there is still space for Bryant to experiment. But within this series, their backs are up against the wall. And if they want to win Orbital, I don't know what advice to give them, honestly. Like, where do you go from this? All I can say is chuck that strategy out the window. The high risk, high reward that time didn't work. Maybe they go with a different high risk, high reward composition, right? After all, what do you have to lose?
I mean, that's the best part because they also swapped over to the blue side, from my understanding. I believe we did get a side swap. Bryant are now saying, hey, we want to ensure that we have some of the better picks. And we should actually discuss that as well because that draft, I think, was one of the best to discuss, like, priority versus counter pick. Like, we saw some of these picks come out. On the blue side now, Bryant had priority over certain meta picks if they weren't able to get it last game.
Yeah, and one thing to note, because we didn't get to see the draft order, Zach was the first pick for the side of St. Mary's. And it's not a champion that I would associate with King of Fish, but King of Fish is an 80 carry, so understandable. Played it incredibly well, and it was, to me, at least one of the foundational pieces for that St. Mary's win. The fact that you shut down that Garrison lane somehow, and it wasn't that big, 1v5 style champion if you can actually reach the back line. It was also a massive deny away from smashing Alloy. So now that they're on the blue side, I almost feel like St. Mary's has to ban the Zac because they can't pick it themselves. And you can't give Smashing Alloy his one trick or his most played champion. I wouldn't say he's a one trick. He's obviously got other champions, but the Zac is by far his most played.
And if you actually decided to ban that out, you do have to take a look at the rest. Now, at the same time, you can say, okay, this one strategy didn't work right now against the Zac. And yes, Darius is seen as a counter. Maybe you don't know the matchup so well. So RMC, if you were to play other champions, is there another champion that would do well against the Zac? Or is the answer really just leave the Zac, or if they have to leave the Zac, I should say, is it more that you just need better jungle attention to that top side?
I mean, if you want to run the Darius, then as an answer, yes. If you kind of want to just say that, hey, I know that matchup, I can play that matchup, I could play both sides of that matchup, then yes, I think jungle attention would be key. But I'm going to be honest, Zac isn't the most OP champion in the top lane by any means. Zac's strength in lane, and the reason why we occasionally see him there, is one, his sustain. The fact that with the blobs, he can constantly heal up, and very few champions can match that rate of sustain. But in the top lane, there are quite a few who actually can do that. And number 2, percent health damage. So that's why he can kind of lane against tanks. But he's not the best at it. Ornn beats him in terms of percent health damage. If you want to talk about regeneration, Mundo, Garen, both can go toe-to-toe and win. If we're talking about meta, Cassante just does Cassante things. Cassante doesn't care how much health you have. He will just wreck you anyways. Udyr, also, a champion that can out-sustain the Zac. So it's not like Zac is the end-all be-all by any means. I think it was just that particular game, King of Fish, Cheeky the Fish, had a very good game plan to shut down what should have been on paper a counter.
And if we're talking about on paper, things should have worked out one way or another. That bot side, we set it up and we understood that Ezreal, this Karma, it got an early kill, but after that, things got out of control. RMC, was this because Brian's bot lane, just kind of fell apart? Or do you think it was more influence from the rest of the map? Because I know we saw that Xin Zhao joining that bot side 1, 2, maybe 3 or more times.
Yeah, so I'll say this much about Brian. I don't think at any point of the game I was thinking, oh, Brian messed up. No. I think everything that happened in game 1 was St. Mary's pulling it off to almost perfection. And that Ezreal Karma pick. Ezreal Karma, really strong. Karma got nerfed this patch, still really strong in the early levels. A lot of her nerfs hit more of her scaling. But that was picked blind, and SMU answered with the Twitch Milio. So obviously SMU knew the answer, and what do you expect from a team with 480 carries? Obviously they know the bot lane, right? So they went for range plus range, right? The battery pack, giving Twitch even further extended range on top of the spray and pray. So I think that was a prepared counter. On the blue side, though, you're likely going to have to blind part of your bot lane at any rate. So I'm a little bit concerned with the bot lane for Bryant. I don't think you're going to get a favorable matchup down there. Or if you do, I don't know if St. Mary's is a bot lane that you can kind of abuse with a counter matchup.
It might just be, hey, try and funnel through, get through the early game well, look towards that mid to late with a little bit more stability. And when it comes to stable, and we got to talk about that mid lane, it was Mr. Magic Sheep going up against, now I got it confused. It's Dom Books. And there is an interesting factor because we talked about the fact that the Annie actually is supposed to win out against Lissandra. Lissandra was really just made out to try and stop Master Yi, which did its job. But again, it felt like the Xin Zhao was in that mid lane and all the lanes that Andy didn't really have time to shine.
Yeah. Are we sure Cheeky the Fish is a AD carry and not a right? Because I'm going to be honest, that mid lane to me felt like Cheeky the Fish won it as well. Like Dom Books played it well, don't get me wrong. But I do think Annie's actually the favorable side of that particular matchup. I do think that the Annie is simpler and does more damage. And unfortunately, there's not a lot that Sandra can do. Sure, you've got ability to out yourself and all that, but it's so keyframe, like you have to perfectly time the Glacial Tomb on yourself in order to survive. So I favored the Annie side of the matchup, and we saw that, right? The fact that Dom Books got the first kill in the mid lane, but Mr. Magic Sheep just came right back and answered immediately. That was actually pretty even till the junglers got involved, or till the jungle singular got involved, because Smashing Alloy wasn't able to show up in the mid lane, but Cheeky the Fish was repeatedly.
All right, well, you know, Smashing Alloy couldn't show up in the jungle role. Well, maybe now they have a little bit of influxes. We have gotten some intel. We here had the satellite beaming into us some information about Bryant's side. Right now, Bryant have been notified and told on the side of SMU that there have been some role swaps. Players are not shifting out, but they're going into different lanes. Right now, what we have is Wasting. The one that we discussed being one of the primary junglers for the team is now going into that jungle role. Smashing Alloy is now headed into the top lane. And then Satisfaction, who, again, had a little bit of rough time and may have a better time on the bot side, is now going ADC, RMC. This changes everything that we discussed.
It does, Orbital, and I have no clue what the changes mean, unfortunately. I mean, we're only into week 3. Brian has only played one series before this. Let's remember that. They got a bye in week 1. This means we don't have a lot of tape on this team. Now, I do like the fact that Wasting is moving up to jungle, because I think Wasting kind of got locked into that bot lane, and Wasting is the highest ranked member on this team. So if you're locked in the bot lane, it feels like a bit of a waste against a team that's particularly good in the bot side. So I like that swap. What that means for top and jungle, though, Orbital, or pardon me, top and AD carry, though, I don't know. Do we see some wacky picks to come through the bot lane? Remember, I said before, there's not a lot of overlap between AD carry and jungle position. There's Twitch, maybe. That's it. So maybe something like a Graves to come through down there. Graves an AD carry, right? He's a marksman. He's got a gun. That's how that works.
Listen, don't remind me of the good old days when you could build attack speed on Graves and actually see the attack speed come out. Those were like the glory, I think, season 3. I climbed with Graves ADC when Graves was actually an ADC. That is for all of you boomers out there that actually played League back then. We are into the draft, though, right now. Once again, we are seeing the bans come down, and we can at least discuss this, right? A little bit of a focus and the appropriate ban right there. And it's surprising because, again, it's SMU that said that Zach cannot be gifted over.
Is it surprising overall? We discussed this right from the get-go. The fact that, you know, that it was Smashing Alloy who's one-tricks this champion. And you mentioned Smashing Alloy to the top lane. Well, guess what? King of Fish knows how strong that top lane Zach could be. Literally just did it. So recognizing that, hey, I don't have a counter prepared for this. Let's just take it away. This does open up the Vladimir, though, compared to game 1, as we do see the Viego ban to follow through as well. The Trundle also available, though. Trundle, very strong champion to me, not something you'd blind.
Yeah. And to keep in mind, again, these players have already drafted outside, so we're going to try and give you as many updates as possible about this, because that Malphite was B4, all the way down in the lower side. And you were talking about it, right? You'll see it here in just a couple of seconds. Mr. Magic Sheep gets to play one of 4 champions in their solo queue roster. It is the Vladimir and the Kayn even behind Bryant. This is a hard shift from game number 1.
And I love it. It's still a huge scaling style champion, but this is Mr. Magic Sheep's most played champion this split. Has spammed a lot of it, and that's why we saw it banned in game 1. Now, I do want to touch on the top side as well, the Malphite Volibear matchup, because that's not one we see very often. Neither of them are particularly meta. Volibear came out first, but the Wukong was shown, so it could have been flexed either way. Malphite is an armor tank. He does not build very much magic resist. Volibear does approximately 50 to 70% magic damage depending on his build. I would not be surprised, Orbital, if we saw a Rift Maker Volibear come out from the side of King of Fish this game.
I mean, King of Fish. I mean, what is the King of Fish? The ones that catch salmon all day long. It is a bear. I mean, Volibear is the perfect one. And then you follow up behind, it's a Draven. And RMC, you love this champion. For some reason, every time we cast, if a Draven comes out, you are excited. And it's, again, on a bot lane that we saw smashing game number 1. Expedition is going to be running that. Like, that has got to ring some danger bells. And there's the gamble.
Ooh.
I saw this early in the draft. Satisfaction bringing a top mid into the ADC role. Yasuo in the bot lane.
Okay, and what's interesting too is that the Draven was picked after seeing both Vladimir and Yasuo, so you had a pretty good idea that Yasuo was gonna go bot. And hey, we talked about satisfaction, having to flex into that bot side, not really an AD carry. This is one way to get around it. Now, that said, I don't know how many people play jungle Yasuo. I certainly have never seen any, but yeah, the mechanics aren't that different from junglers, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Well, you know what? I'll reserve my judgment before someone yells at me, right? I've gotten yelled at a lot as a play-by-play for this, but I love, and I just had to say this before we get any further. I love the compositional setup that Brian had gone for in game number 1. It felt much more not cohesive. It felt more like 5 individual pieces with a slapped-on Annie on top and said, "Hey, that's how we're gonna get our engage." This feels like everyone can piece together a strong engage if they so wish. I absolutely love the changes that just came through.
Yeah, literally everybody except Vladimir has a knock-up as an engage. So this is the perfect Yasuo composition. Beautiful setup from the side of Bryant. However, let's not forget what SMU have dropped it, and the fact that Yasuo now has to run into a Draven. Yasuo, not a strong early game champion. A lot of times you need, I'd argue, 2 items to really come online, compared to, say, his brother Yone, who only needs 1 Blade of the Ruined King and boots. Yasuo takes a bit of time. And even with the win wall, which is great, by the way, into Draven. Draven was picked after seeing that, so the win wall can mess up a Draven. But the laning phase should not be an issue whatsoever. And paired with something like a Rakan, really strong engage. This bot lane, to me, is the focus of this match. And I want to see the junglers spend attention there. If Draven gets ahead, Draven stays ahead with those stacks of adoration. If Yasuo gets ahead, Yasuo will be looking to 1v5 this game. Because everybody else on this roster, they're just there to amplify this Yasuo. Literally, in the case of Vladimir, you are an amp for this Yasuo.
And I feel like you've already kind of zoned in on what the Kane wants to do then. Because if we're talking Yasuo and we're talking knockups, that automatically screams to me Red Kane, right? When we're talking about Ross, we want to see that knockup. We want to see that ability to also sustain in the middle of a fight. And I think that is going to be appropriate. On the other side, though, SMU, in my opinion, have done very well to almost negate that style, right? We talk about that karma. It was actually R1 very upfront, said, hey, we just want that nice flex. But as soon as you see the Yasuo rel, it was a pivot, right? The Draven came out afterwards, yes. But that Wukong denied the knockups, denying other knockups, right? And then the Volibear, a highly, like one of the most played of King of Fish. I think actually when we looked at the solo queue roster, it was quite literally, I think, the only top lane that we saw in that champ pool.
No, there was Jax. There was a Jax.
Yes, that was way further down. And then the Rakan behind it as well. Like, this was SMU, again, showing their strength not only in the game, but in the draft phase to recognize what's coming. Like, to see these champs coming out what feels like a pretty few miles away and still be able to hold their own identity coming into this game.
Yeah, the big question, of course, is, you've drafted a lot of good tools. Can you actually execute? Because don't forget, the Vladimir most played champions. And I've seen enough one-tricks Orbital turn games where they had no business turning it. And again, it's not as if it's a bad composition. It's not as if SMU's composition completely counters what it is that Bryant wants to do. They have tools to mitigate some of it. But when there are, 4 knockups on a team? And how do you stop a Vladimir? He runs at you, you run Ghost, you run Phase Rush. And then when you try and hit him, he just pulls under you and just hurts everybody. He pops back up, Hemo Plague. Oh, you think you've hurt me? Hemo Plague pops back to full health again. It's so frustrating. And now the shoe's on the other foot. Because last game we said Bryant had to win early and stay ahead. This time SMU has to win early and stay ahead. If this is not over by 40 minutes, Vladimir will make sure it's over by 50.
That's scary. You know what? I'm gonna bet my own dollar. I'd actually say, if it's not over by 35, we're gonna see it over at 45. I feel like right now that you gotta factor in the ability of a one trick to empower their champion to go crazy. That's what I'm gonna give it to. At the same time, I love the idea that Bryant are gonna get a little bit crazy. I mean, that Yasuo in the bot side, on their own, even without jungle attention, it's going to be a bit silly. But for the side of SMU, let's talk about that top side, right? That is the
Okay.
one side that I'm actually very, very scared of. And again, we did see the likes of King of Fish take over. Do we see this Malphite having a bit better time, especially with the role swap, or do you think that top lane will once again go the way of King of Fish against a brand new opponent as well as a brand new champion?
Well, Orbital, this is a safe space. Why don't you tell me about your fears? What concerns you about this proposition?
Too much. Let me get my chair out real quick. Oh man, listen, I had a bad time one time when I first was trying to play competitive. I may or may not have gone like 0-4 in the opening day of a tournament. My competitive career ended there. That was all I did. So
And were you the Malphite or the Volibear?
there is a saying in my group, by the way. Anyone watching, there is a saying amongst my friends. Daniel's Malphite R's are as bad as anything, and I was like. That's mean. It is such a large skill shot. Apparently, I missed it one too many times.
Bro, it's point and click.
Don't yell at me for that. That was my reaction too.
It's fine. You're a caster now. Caster minions, we don't have any skills. We just auto. Just right click only. Okay, so that's it. I am also a little bit afraid for smashing Alloy. We kind of touched on it. The fact that you're an armor tank and Volibear is an AP mage. Cheeky the Fish is about to get played.
Listen, I was joking. We were joking because we didn't think this was gonna happen. And Cheeky is going to give first blood. It does go the way of wasting as well.
Okay, that's actually really good for wasting. Kayn does take some time to come online, so being able to scrap early is good. Being able to get gold early, even better. If you're a fan of Brian right now, you love to see it. But let's go back to the top lane that we were talking about. Or maybe not, because I'm actually a little bit scared. Like, normally, bot lane, they trade at level 1, that's fine. But Draven has kill threat, so I get a little bit concerned. So in the meantime, top side. Yeah, as Malphite, what are you going to do? Poke this Volibear? He doesn't care. Look, he just shoots up and just keeps going with you. And you will lose the extended trades against this Volibear.
And also is a lethal tempo Volibear, by the way. That isn't a conquer. That is lethal tempo. The longer you stay in combat, the worse it's going to get.
Yeah.
So it is a good idea to keep eyes. Expedition right now, level 2 first. They're going to walk forward, and 8 Waffles is not going to enjoy that exchange. Again, just 2 axes. It's pretty much an extra longsword in your back pocket. Now smashing Alloy is getting smashed. This is kill threat range. One more auto attack. I don't think you're going to flash afterwards, though. You have won that lane respectively. Lightning, though. Smashing Alloy, you got to realize that Volibear has way more ways to damage you than just his paws.
Yeah, I'm scared from smashing Alloy, even with the Malphite passive through that shield. If King of Fish gets 3 autos on you, you're dead at that point. So that is so scary that smashing Alloy is opting to stick around. And there's a huge wave here if King of Fish wants to go for it.
All right, there's the auto attack. I was like, where's the auto attack going down? But that's going to be the kill.
3.
One more slap is enough, and King of Fish knows his champion RMC. We were talking about it in this top lane. It just doesn't even feel like it's a champion. King of Fish is just a king.
Yeah, and that's why I said 3 autos. Literally counted them off, Orbital. And unfortunately, smashing Alloy perhaps not as familiar with the mechanics of Volibear, because when's the last time you saw a Volibear top or otherwise, right? So that's why we're scared, and this lane does not get easier for Malphite as it goes on. On the side of Brian, they want to unlock this top lane as soon as possible, and there's 2 ways to go about that. One, you just kind of say, well, we lose this lane, get the Malphite out of there, we'll lose the turret, whatever. The other is you take a turret somewhere else so that you can rotate lanes out. But where do you go? Vladimir needs time to scale. Bot lane, you're seeing Satisfaction struggle to push into the likes of a Draven, because you are a melee into range, and Windwall has a very long cooldown.
At this point, it feels like it is going to be that attempt by wasting to utilize that first blood that they got to get some value, because it's definitely not happening on the spot side. 8 Waffles is going to get some help, but Dombooks in the mid lane is going to actually receive the first gank. We were talking about that bot or top. It's mid. Mr. Magic Sheep getting a little bit of a reprieve.
Yeah, and last game, you know, it's Cheeky the Fish going everywhere. Cheeky the Fish now into the bot side.
I mean, this worked last time. Good flash out by 8 Waffles. Good damage, though, is enough. Remember, there's nothing else behind. It's an easy pickup. And RMC, you hear the coins jingle. You hear the coins hit the ground. You know that's one step already for Expedition to gain a 700 gold lead. As we're talking, smashing Alloy is going to be made into iron by getting smashed bit by bit. You are running into the wrong side of the jungle with no TP, and you're going to be allowed to live. The king grants mercy.
Smashing Alloy still needs a way to go home. Wasting is there.
Alright, there we go.
Smashing into the lane. But let's not forget the last time what happened. There is no flash, so I'd be surprised if King of Fish opts for the dive.
Not the dive, but a little bit of safety. Good shield goes up, but King of Fish is going to fall. They are going to gift it to Wasting, and I do like this call. Give it over to the Kane, who can try and expand out in the rest of the lanes.
Yeah, Cheeky the Fish now waiting in the top side, but okay, bot side, no action for now. King of Fish has TP as well. So if SMU wants, they could just answer right away. I don't know if there's a ward that spotted Cheeky, but for now, top side will be safe, and it's bot side where action kicks off.
Once again, another knockup, and the wind wall comes out perfectly timed, but it's a bait, it feels like. Another knockup, but Exhaust is going to go down, and that Satisfaction, realizing you're not in a good spot. One more auto is going to do it. Yeah, auto a minion, but it doesn't matter. There we go. Stun doesn't come through enough, and Expedition is now going to wield those axes once again. Look at the minions, though. Minions might be able to trade it back, but it's not enough. Playing through the vision side, well played. SMU, Expedition with 2.
For some odd reason, Orbital, watching Expedition without the spinning axes hit 8 waffles begged the question in my head. How many axes to the center of 8 waffles? It's like how many legs to the center of Tootsie Roll, but like, because 8 waffles is oddly tanky when those axes aren't spinning right now.
Well, it's also what is that? That's downside of a Draven, but the downside of the Draven is hey, you can get stunned up and you have no mana. Great rebuttal here. Granted, as the shutdown goes, Satisfaction way. RMC, this bot lane's getting a bit spicy and a bit dicey. I like it right now, as that's a 500 extra gold piece of Satisfaction's pocket.
I don't know, Orbital. I feel like that might be the wrong thing to say, slice and dice. It feels more like a last breath from Brian to me, if you know what I mean.
Ooh, okay. I see how it's going. Earlier you made a wasting pun, which was probably the best one I've heard so far. It was very good.
I actually don't remember the pun. Did I make a wasting pun?
Don't worry about it. What were you saying?
Did I mean to put there? Well, this bot lane, what's interesting is that we're already seeing the action kick off pre-6. 6 is really where things get dangerous for Expedition. That's why Expedition needed a significant lead. Now, giving that 1 kill over, not actually a big deal, because look at what Expedition's coming back in. Last time we flashed gold, 700 gold lead, and now Expedition comes to the lane with a BF sword, as well as a pickaxe. Your only way of winning this lane for Satisfaction and 8 waffles is to CC the Draven, because if you stand and fight, Draven wins out every time.
And, I mean, at this point, Satisfaction is also realizing that things are also at that point, right? You see with the vision going down, it's hard to even challenge for some of these directions. Granted, of course, Wasting had just recalled and tried to spend their gold. It's still a little bit of a dangerous factor. I'm sitting here going exactly what's going to happen. And on the top side, we know what's going to happen, right? This is played out before. King of Fish, though, eating a lot of damage. Now going into that bear form. Thunderlord comes down, but Smashing Alloy steps out of it. The auto attacks are enough. You aren't respecting that damage. Another lightning strike from the skies, but Smashing is just far enough. However, you're not really safe under this tower. We talked about what King of Fish can do. We'll have to look towards mid once again.
That flash is almost up. And the trick here for the volley bear is you go in, you trade, and then you flash back up to safety. Or in! Outside turret range!
Oh, the knockup! The knockup! That is going to be a trade! But Smashing Alloy makes the best out of a bad situation, is able to trade back. However, Satisfaction might not get that Satisfaction. A good jump in. Expedition isn't stunned, though, so the auto attack still gets a run. And that is a BF pickaxe slamming into the back of your head. Wasting doesn't want anything to do here. Waffles has to run away. One more auto attack will take it. A double knockup. Hurricane Ryan causing a storm in the bot lane. Humble trespass on the wrong member as the swiftness will slow things down. Expedition and a Hurricane mowing through this bottom lane.
Welcome to the League of Draven, Orbital. They just, like I said, CC. If it's not there, you just can't deal with it. Unfortunately, Satisfaction K still not level 6, Orbital. No last breath to come through means you simply cannot fight that. And even when Wasting goes down there, so what? The CC was burnt early, coming through from 8 waffles. You don't have the damage that Satisfaction K would normally bring to the table, and you just can't look down there. And it feels like all the tempo advantage Wasting built up got spent for nothing in the bot lane.
I love that you pointed out the tempo, this feeling of the game, because I also want to throw out a word myself. It's oppressive, right? SMU, every single lane, we're moving over Dom books, which I think is very important. There's not been a single kill in that mid lane, right? But every time we're looking there, Mr. Magic is on what, like 10%, 20% HP? Yes, that's your job. I get that. But at this point, you're like the only lane that has a chance of winning, right? Like, you need this Vladimir to get out and start making some plays. Maybe start to pick up some extra kills by getting out of lane and roaming to top or bot.
I mean, but yeah, Vladimir, like, what's your roam gonna do? I run at you, I
True.
ghost, I don't kill you, and that is fine. That's okay. Wasting push out of his own jungle now, Orbital, and look at who's backing up Cheeky the Fish. Hurricane Ryan has left the bot lane, and Expedition is feeling comfortable enough to say, I can 1v1 this Yasuo. Satisfaction K6, I don't care anymore.
It's just that good, and again, the Thunderlord comes out. That actually might be a detriment, as now the Grubs are going to be started up here. Wasting is taking quite low, has to get back to safety. Waffles is going to try and run interference. Smashing Alloy still has Unstoppable Force. Take a look at the choke point. Do you get the ult off? No. You go right back to lane, but Mr. Magic Sheep is on the bot side. Has to flash away from the Q. Another little grub is taken. That will not be forced, but Unstoppable Force is going to be able to collect one. Double knockup again, though, as SMU are running for their lives. Umble Trash gets in. It's going to slow them down. Cheeky gets over the wall. Hurricane Ryan, though, is very, very low. Another Q should come up. Smite slows them down. Cheeky the Fish will live. Great job by Brian to not only deny the Void Might, but to deny extra kills. Nice pickup from the side of Brian.
Huge from Brian. You're seeing a taste, Orbital, of what they're going to do later on in the game. The Hemo Plague from Mr. Magic Sheep really turning the tides there, amplifying the damage. Now imagine if Satisfaction K was there, because that's what Brian is imagining, is dreaming of right now.
They are hoping for even more of those scenarios, right? The moments where SMU get a little bit over aggressive, get a little bit over eager, and bite off a bit more than we can chew. They're praying for the time that Satisfaction can also start ramping up, get a little bit more aggressive. You know, you had the boots completed so you can move pretty quickly. But you're just waiting. Everything for Bryant is waiting, and now the question becomes, right? How patient are you? How patient is this Bryant squad to wait for those opportunities to try and take over the game?
And on the other side, SMU, they've got to accelerate the pace of the game. We have to look back to the bot side, Orbital, because now that Grubs are gone, Dragon is the next thing on the board. 30 seconds before it comes up, and Expedition with Infinity Edge completed has just been hammering away on this bot side, pushing in. They might even look for a dive if Cheeky the Fish comes into this bot side. That ward gets disabled immediately.
Good knockup and then the follow through, but a
Prospect
TP
gone.
following in. Double knockup is enough, though. Brian might have beaten themselves here. Satisfaction is going to go down. The Wukong Cyclone will be enough. Whirling Death will not finish off anyone. So it's a shutdown to the side of Cheeky the Fish. Smashing Alloy is smashingly defending this tower. But really, what's it for? Dragon is available. It is Hextech to hold, so no soul, but it will be 2 to SMU.
And overall, there's a reason why that skill is called Last Breath. If you're fed, it's your opponent's last breath. If you're not fed and use it on the wrong person, it is your last breath. Satisfaction Key did not even manage to finish off Hurricane Ryan, but you can't be using it on the carries. You've got to use it on the damage threat. Right now, and throughout most of this game, Orbital, even as we scale up, the biggest threat will be Expedition, will be this Draven, and you need to hold it to deal with Expedition.
I also love the fact that we are getting a Cloud Soul of all games to accelerate move speed, to accelerate how quickly you can enter or exit a battle. Cloud is the best way to go, and you know, a lot of people will see raw stats and everything like that. I just love the fact that if we see Soul go to either of these teams, you're not getting away, right? Like these are these are both teams that literally just want to run you down, and you're now getting what, 3% per dragon of extra move speed, plus about 9% extra if you ult. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, Dombooks Dombooks has not completed Malignance, but is still absolutely winning this trade right now. Even with the sustain from Vladimir, it's still hard to match into Karma because she has a shield as well, which is a different form of sustain.
Yeah, and that's the best part, right? For the likes of Dombooks, you've done your job at this point, right? It feels like kind of that stall out. Hurricane Ryan gonna go ahead and try and stall out, but a flash forward. I didn't think Wasting was actually going to do this, and now you're in a little bit of trouble. You're now baited into the wrong side of the map, but that's against Special Alloy on the top side is about to win out. Expedition is running away, and it's safe to the rest of the team, but Wasting is there to pick up the kill. Shutdown granted to the main MVP, the one that even SMU, who are watching RMC, all of a sudden this game feels like it's a little bit out of control, as SMU may have stepped up a bit too far. King of Fish also stepping a little bit too close in. Wind does not pick up anyone, but Bryant pick up a very key kill. Wasting gathers a shutdown.
And it was really unfortunate timing for St. Mary's to go for those lane swaps. They were trying to get priority on this top side for Herald, so they rotated the bot lane up there. But Expedition got left alone against the Malphite, and we literally picked this Malphite, as we said before, armor tag, point and click style ultimate. to deal with champions like the AD carries, and then Expedition faces the 1v1, can't deal with it, and all that setup goes to the wayside as Bryant get the free Herald. SMU cannot contest this.
Nope. It's theirs. RMC. This Bryant squad, we said the shift in the draft from game number 1. Game number 1 felt like a gamble. Game number 2 feels a little bit less so. However, for SMU, they're sitting there going, this gamble is now kind of on our side. It's playing out like we said. We are about halfway of the time clock to 30 minutes. We mentioned about 35 to 40 is that timer end. SMU have to keep that in the back of their mind. If they let this game go on any longer, it's dangerous. We want to see them start trying to push this game coordinated in a fashion, or, you know, almost surgically forward to accelerate. And this might be one of those ways, just catching 1 or 2 members.
And props to SMU. I do think they've been playing the strategic game for the most part right. Even that catch in the top side, that was them trying to get the top side advantage. So the strategic call was good. The tactical was kind of where we started seeing a little bit of problems. And we're seeing that, I feel like, here as well. Once again, leaving Expedition alone. They are trying to bait out an attack or bait out some sort of engage, but I am a little bit concerned that Expedition could get locked down in CC.
I like how we're saying bait, because in the 1v2 it's great. In the 1v3 it's a little bit different. Double knockup is there. Exhaust comes down and the triple whirlwind is enough. The Cyclone does way too much though, as the collapse from Bryant will secure a 1-for-1. Double knockup again against SMU as they now have to scatter. Dombooks can do nothing as Cheeky is gutted, is cleaned, is served up for dinner. Bryant win the jungle fight.
Did the bait just get taken and just chewed right off the hook? Orbital, because Bryant went in for it. And it was a perfect execution from SMU. They got the exhaust on Satisfaction K, who's the right target. But the problem is Expedition was still in the midst of all of that. And so all the dog piling of damage hit the Draven. Once Draven is down, for SMU, what happens? Who's the carry after that? Dombooks trying to show that you can do damage, and it's doing damage, but it's not sustained, and it's not carrying these fights.
Nope. You're just chilling. Really, at this point, you're just trying to ensure that the vision doesn't easily get planted for the dragon. That's in about 45 seconds. And take a look at where the gold is. Again, look at this chase. Wasting is actually in a bad spot. Really well played. For the rest of SMU, they are now granted, I think, a relatively nice time to try and put some words down. Take a look at where Bryant will be coming from.
Yeah, for Bryant, though, they will still have Wasting back in time to actually contest this dragon. And to me, this fight, Orbital, might be the game-breaking fight, because we've seen a lot of sort of back and forths happening, but they're all kind of small skirmishes. We've not really seen the full 5v5 in a neutral setting just yet, and this Drake will be just that. Ultimates should be up in time for it, maybe not the Whirling Death, but Cyclone, if they can stall a bit longer, will come up. Hemoplague almost back up, and the critical last breath is already ready to go.
And honestly, I'm going to say this now. You can't be sitting on a ward. You should have cleared that out right now. Bryant have all the information that they need, but they're hoping for King of Fish to actually push on their own. They're going to give up this Cloud, which, granted, is not a bad call at all. It's a Cloud Dragon, right? For as much as we were talking about hyping it up, you can give this up, right? No vision. They didn't really want to because King of Fish is so pushing, and you did break it up. But not only that, you get the mid tower as well. So in trade factors, I think SMU, if they can get out alive, are going to be happy about the situation.
That's a big if, though, Orbital. Look at where Expedition is.
Oh, you got greedy. You got greedy and just baited your top laner. The fight breaking out in a way I'm not sure you want. King of Fish trying to do all three and is able to do some damage. Now, can you get the kill behind? Look at the other side of the fight, though. Bryant deny the backline. That'll be the Cyclone to slow them down. But Dombooks is late to the party. Look at the AoE. Look at the whole Cheeky Fish is still alive. How much longer can you survive for? They are low. Our bomb is there. Dombooks, the shields, the heals, and the damage. Dombooks, the karma shows up. The karma is real. Ace for SMU.
Stop the clock. Check the patch, Orbital, because what are we seeing? They nerfed Karma. They nerfed the skilling aspect of Karma. They nerfed Malignance, and Dombooks carried that fight. I am shocked. I did not think they'd be able to do that. And the question over after the last fight, the one prior to this, was what happens when Expedition's down? Who's going to be the carry? And I just said Dombooks wasn't going to be it. I'm sorry. I'm wrong. Karma somehow is doing it with the help of Cheeky the Fish.
I mean, I would... and it's a toss-up, right? I always say a lot of credit because Cheeky is 6-3 and 4, right? Fantastic job through some of these more dangerous skirmishes. Has been able to secure a decent amount of items in the back pocket. I think sat with the blade in there for the Grievous Wounds as well as the Titanic. So you're doing actually quite a bit of damage. So huge props to both of them, right? Really well done. Because that was bad. Let's call it for what it was. Expedition got caught out. King of Fish got out. SMU did one hell of a job to fight that back.
Tactical intake overall. I mean, can you call it getting caught out when you actually end up baiting a fight that you win?
Well, okay, it's a win by a slim margin. Your karma lived. Like, are we? It said ace across it. I'm not calling it a full win just yet.
we take those overall, and they also did get the
Okay,
turret
true.
as well with the shove. To be fair, so SMU truly they are. This is important to them. I know we're joking a lot about it, but we had kind of set that fight expectation for Dragon up, but it held true in that top side as well. If you lose that fight as SMU, you're very, very scared because at that point, Kane has scaled up. We already see the conversion with Kane is there, with Conqueror very difficult to take down. Mr. Magic Sheep is starting to really hurt and survive with that Rift Maker. One thing, if you stack the Cloud Drakes, it does mean Mr. Magic Sheep is going to have so much more ability to get where he needs to in these fights. Bodies do not block the Sanguine pool. And Satisfaction K is scaling up. Eventually, Yasuo's will all hit the 1v9 point. It's just a question of how long it takes. So for SMU, the lead was slipping. That just bought them more time, made sure that the game didn't tip away from them.
And it gives them a little bit more time to devise a strategy, right? One of the things that we praise them for in game number 1 is their selection, right? How do we take a fight without really losing priority members, or how do we diverge away from priority members? How do we get away from this Master Yi? And this time it's, how do you get away from a Kane? How do you get away from Mr. Magic Sheep? How do you keep Satisfaction away from these fights? It's a big question mark that they are going to have to overcome. So taking a look at the current stock, King of Fish once again on side lane duty. 2, 3, and 3 going all in pretty much on this 1v1 build. So keep eyes on what happens here. The wards are not cleared out though on this 4v4 on the top side. Hurricane Ryan is able to gather 3, but nothing else behind. Smashing Alloy could have a 4-man knockup, but doesn't want to take that chance because you don't want to put your team in a bad position.
Yeah, really good patience there, because if Smashing Alloy goes in, they didn't have enough damage to be able to secure that. So it's kind of a waiting game. SMU wanted to bait that out. And the moment the Unstoppable Force goes out, that's when watch for Expedition to pop off, because there's no other easy form of knockup as simple as point as click like as that Unstoppable Force available for Brian.
With that moment though, SMU were able to layer down quite a bit of vision, but they missed a ward in the back corner. Take a look in the top right of the screen. There's a ward. It's finally pinged out. I was a little bit worried about that because we're talking about entry points. Smashing Alloy, if that ward had stayed up, would have been perfect entry to catch all of SMU. So really, really well spotted. Smart play by SMU.
Yeah, and as this focus has been on the top side, the Baron side, for so long, Orbital, bot side vision has actually lapsed, and we're seeing SMU be first move, first to start clearing things out. They are doing such a great job denying vision. Thankfully for Bryant, this game they have tanks. So Smashing Alloy can just literally face check these. Just walk in with his face, he's got a shield, and SMU don't have the poke to kind of take him out. See?
Yep. This is and this is the other side, right? The denial vision ends up in these weird little skirmish scenarios, and at that point, it almost comes down to a hands check, right? If you meet up with the opponent in the jungle, it's scary. Dombook's on the top side, also running on their own, and that's going to be a split push scenario, but all 5 of Bryant are currently situated around. I mean, Satisfaction can jump in from far away, right? With that last breath, with that ult, we do have to keep track of it. Take a look at the pings going down. If Satisfaction actually shows on this top side, this could be a force from SMU. I mean, this is really, really scary, RMC.
The fact that it's Red Kane is what's stalling this. Wasting was isolated in the pit, and SMU would not pull the trigger. They are still trying to wait out the engages from Bryant. They're still trying to create space for Expedition. And overall, we might be sitting here for a while yet.
I mean, yeah, Dombook has got Satisfaction's not going to join this, right? You know there's not going to be a Yasuo, so it's really, can we catch Mr. Magic Sheep? Dragon has been started. Bryant are trying to bait this one out. And Chicken Fish goes in, TP calling in, and they're going to get to the back line, but the charge right back is going to lock them up. Waffles misses the Magnet Storm, and because of that, SMU say it is all ours. It doesn't matter what you try and do. Our carries are still alive, so we will win this outright. SMU slaughter with the blades, with the teeth. King of Fish and Expedition roll. Bryant University.
Wasting, trying to see if he can pick anything up on the back end. Not going to be found in topside orbital. While the fight was happening, Dom Books' teleport got cancelled, but it came at the expense of Satisfaction K's life, so the push succeeds at the top side for SMU as well. They get everything they wanted and more.
Oh man, RMC Karma nerfs what? Fully controlling 1v1 scenarios. SMU basically got the pot and more. They're playing with house money, getting close to it. At least you got Dragon, you put yourself on soul point, you only lost one, you have extensive gold leads on multiple power members. 10k for King of Fish, 11.8k for Expedition. Your points of power, the people that we were talking about slowing down the rest of the Brian squad, are hitting those marks, and that is important. Looking at the next global objectives that may be played for.
Yeah, and look at the items as well. Expedition doesn't just sink that into straight power-ups. Bought a mortal reminder specifically to remind Mr. Magic Sheep of their mortality. That's a Vladimir, but we saw in the last fight as well, even through the Hemo Plague, Vladimir can't survive this much damage just yet. And these fights seem to be devolving into, can we kill Expedition fast enough? That last fight, even if Expedition wasn't auto-attacking for the first half of it, it didn't matter, because Bryant was so distracted saying, do we go in, do we not, do we go in, do we not? And they ended up splitting that fight. 8 Waffles was not there to help the rest of the team, and the rest of the team was not there to help 8 Waffles, even when 8 Waffles finally got on top of the Expedition.
And I think the other side of it is Bryant are not being allowed to play with their main carry. The entire reason this composition has been built,
True.
Satisfaction K, not allowed to play in. I can't really say that's specifically like 80% of SMU just dragging the fights out. It just feels like Bryant cannot allocate those resources right now. On this top side, Dom Books is actually calling in. I was wondering what was going to happen. They're calling the TP in. Wasting and smashing Alloy may be in trouble. Wasting is going to be the one on the call because he can kill the jungler. You get Baron. That's going to be the almost chance to deny a little bit longer. 8 Waffles going to run interference, but take a look at the split. Satisfaction may get it, but no, that's just a kill. Remember, King of Fish is so strong. Magnus Storm does nothing. That's just another tether to stall, and SMU get a clear and finalizing fight as they take 3 with very little to give.
Karma is one big bait overall. Dom Books is buying so much space for the team. First with the split push before, now with the bait into the top lane, and we are seeing them still look for Duke. But Dom Books, you can't do this. 1v2 is illegal.
This is illegal. This is 100% illegal.
Oh my goodness.
And you get the solo kill. Baron is being taken. Dom Book said, I am not a utility. I am not just a stall. I am the carry. Level 16 opens up the top lane. Baron on 5 of SMU, and they will continue to fight their way. Wasting is pissed off, says, I want to get this kill, but you don't have anything. You're getting burned down. You have no magic because this Waffle will die as well.
That's an unofficial quadrant right now for Dom Books with the way they've been playing. And now you've got a Vladimir, no Hema playing. Mr. Magic Sheep, he's getting shit.
You're dead. Zanyas will only delay the inevitable as SMU, the Huskies, say it is our game to win. They said they wanted to extend their lead. They wanted to extend their record, and they have done so in one of the best ways imaginable. St. Mary's University Huskies will take the series 2-0.
That's insane. Well, that is so crazy. SMU. Think of the early game they had, right? It was a great early game. Expedition got off to a huge rolling start. We saw like a 700 gold lead very quickly snowball to 1,500 and then double and so on and so forth. But the mid game, Bryant fired back and there was hope. And we were saying, oh, it looks like they might scale up. We might hit that sort of 35-minute mark. The Vladimir might come online, you know. Mr. Magic Sheep's doing so incredibly well. And then St. Mary just went, nah, just kidding. And just ran them over. Like, what? And Dom Books, what? This Karma just stands out in my mind so much. Because game 1, the Lissandra that Dom Books had was really the thing that stifled the entire composition of Bryant University. But that was a specific counter pick. Going to game 2, the Karma, okay, you knew you're playing into a Vladimir and you picked it, but I don't think that was meant as like a hard counter to the Vladimir. That was more just a generic power pick. And Dom Books was like, it doesn't matter. I'm still going to run this game.
It was just so good, and I think it goes back to even previously when we were talking about it.
Yeah.
This was the likes of, we're talking about SMU, and everyone's been praising their ability as a squad to be a macro-centric team, calling these fights. How are we going to play it? And you had an amazing call, and if you didn't listen, I want to shout out. This is why I say RMC is the GOAT right now. Most of the time. We'll say most of the time. Because there was the dragon fight that you said was going to be that game breaker. It was. That Cloud Dragon that went down, the stall that happened, Expedition surviving. But the drive to play that so patiently exemplified everything of why SMU are currently undefeated.
Yeah, and you know what? Brian coming into tonight already said, we know SMU is really good. We're not super familiar with division, but one day we are familiar with SMU, and they're the team we're watching out for, and we saw why tonight. Clean strategic play, immaculate, stunning, exciting micro play came through from pretty much every member of this team. I want to give a special shout out to Hurricane Ryan because we didn't shut them out in game.
Right.
But literally every single member had their pop-off moment as a support. Sometimes you just don't quite get to see as much of it. And SMU, great play tonight.
Yeah, I'm excited because Brian also showed us a lot of gumption. I mean, listen, if you're going up against an undefeated squad, you got to pull out the crazy. Listen, we know that game 1 fell flat. Game 2 was scrappy with the best, Brian. We want to see you continue onwards in your rise to reach the playoffs. With that, the first series of the NECC is done here, but we are going to have another series coming up later on today. Of course, myself and RMC will be leaving the desk, but we've got some 2 other casters that will be joining us. Of course, that will be in about an hour and a half or about so. We'll make sure the proper timer is up for you. So go ahead, get some food, get some water, get some drinks, and we'll see you all in a bit.
Welcome in, everybody, to more League of Legends action. It is another Wednesday that I get to spend with Shibby and all of my friends here at the NECC, all of our friends choosing to watch this match. My name is Yanni. I'm joined here by Shibby. And Shibby, we have some Champions League action. We have RIT Orange versus TMU Blue going head to head, and a couple really cool players on these rosters. I'm actually very, very excited.
A rare opportunity for these guys to be streamed, I would say. So I want to see some names being made. I want to see some highlight performances coming out from some of these players here. I think, you've got to seize the opportunity when it's there for some of these guys. And I'm very excited to see who's going to go up there and grab it,
Yeah, and these teams performing pretty well, at least in Champions. Now they do play in the East Conference in CLOL, right? And so far, so good for the side of RIT Orange, right? Like that team is really putting on a clinic right now, 3-1, looking to be a playoff team there, potentially make a run at the CLOL championship or something like that. But this will be a pretty good litmus test, actually, because the other side, TMU Blue, they're in the same conference, not doing as well, though.
Yeah, you know what? It's okay though, right? There's still a lot of weeks. There are still a lot of games. You can kind of turn your fate around as we are only into week 3 of the NECC. I know some teams are slow to start. They're diesel engines, whatever you want to call them. But I think taking down a team like this, the 3-1 team or the 3-1 team here, could definitely kind of kickstart that engine and allow you to start kind of snowballing into a massive, massive win streak.
Yeah, and you get a big win against one of these teams, a little interconference action that could certainly propel you moving forward throughout the season. But let's take a look at the starting lineups. I believe TMU Blue is going to be the first lineup that we are having a look at. We got the 20th Kazekage, another Ganker, Salt, Geo, and Hui. Is it Hui? Is it Hui? I don't know. But
since there's a champion named Hui, I'm gonna say Hui.
Hui.
I like how the names get progressively chill, right?
Yeah,
it's
for real.
20th Kazekage
Coming out the gate.
right? Yeah, just right out the gate, and then we eventually get down to like Geo, and it's like, all right, sick, dope, all right, cool. I think right now, I think the meta is pretty defined. Bot laners are still complaining that bot lane's kind of weak. Kind of depends on the AD carry you're picking. Of course, you agree. I think Varus, Lucian, these kind of champions, very, very strong. But once you kind of get down to the lower rung of ADCs, that second, third tier, it can be really difficult to carry, right? Once you see like the Ashes, the Jins, that kind of stuff. I have been really enjoying this jungle mid meta that we've been kind of going over. A lot of carry junglers have been coming in, right? A lot of like 2v2, hard 2v2 mids into transferring that power into your bot lane or using it to go top to get the grubs, that kind of stuff. I think most teams that have mastered this meta have mastered how strong mid 2v2 matchup is.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, it's really nice, right? Because you can pick a mid laner that is like, okay, early on, I'm supportive toward my carry jungler, but later on, I become a carry. As we can see RIT's roster here, we have Haxer up in the top lane, Maxander in the jungle, Arcezius in mid lane, Meowno at bot lane, and Zydus at support. And Maxander is certainly a player to watch, Shibby. I was, digging deep into the archives last night with our main producer, Adam. Mm-hmm. And Maxander is a guy that I was like sitting here, I'm like, why is this not competing in open qualifiers? Dude's, challenger, he's like 200 on. He's a pretty good player.
A lot of diamonds in the rough right now as we are going to get into the pick and ban here. Immediately right out the gate, Rengar being removed here. Smart choice. I do believe TMU Blue do have like a pretty big Rengar player on their squad here, so just target banning some of the stuff out. Yanni, I've been saying it and I've been preaching it to the world, and some teams still don't actually follow me. Banning Karma on red side is a must here, but actually, oddly enough, we're going to see a blue side Karma ban.
Yeah, that is pretty surprising because Karma is so versatile, right? The one thing is, she's really, like, her power, I actually think she's stronger mid lane than bot lane nowadays, right? Now, yes. I think that she's still a fantastic pairing with most champions, most notably Ezreal, right? You can even get Caitlyn in there, although I think there might be better options. But I am just surprised it was taken off the table, maybe just not in the cards for RIT. And they're just like, you know what? We don't want to give the opportunity for TMU to get this pick, do something with it, get a power player on it, and just overall have a good time, right?
Yeah, it's almost kind of like a cardinal sin to ban out the really OP champions on blue side, right? If you think back to stuff, obviously Karma right now, we see Smolder as well being banned out on the blue side. Two really strong picks this patch taken away. If you're not a Karma team, if you're not a Smolder team, what kind of team are you, right? I'm trying to figure out how do they actually kind of get on the board and get some wins here. I think right now, if you are on red side draft, the world is your oyster, right? You're not really giving too much away in terms of what's turbo busted right now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, blue side has their power pick
They don't
in
even know
mind,
it's a ban.
and they don't want to give away, two really strong picks like Smolder and Karma. But I mean, like, if they pick Smolder and Karma, it's like they're not necessarily going to lane together. I mean, I think it's a fine pairing. So, maybe that is on their radar.
Wow.
This would be a very, very wild first pick. And it is going to get locked in. Maxander does play a little bit of Belveth from what I saw last night. But that is an
Just
ego
slam
pick.
Poppy here. Just slam Poppy here. If you're red side right now, I'm slamming Poppy jungle or Poppy top lane and just trying to go with it. We do see the Viego, another matchup that we've kind of commonly seen, right? Carry jungler for carry jungler, reset city for reset city. Although typically Belveth does have that better early game into the Viego, right? Can contest him on crabs, can win the mid 2v2 depending on what mids are actually picked here, can kind of affect and win those 3v3 skirmishes. Viego takes a little bit more time to ramp up simply because his item power spikes are a little bit more delayed because of if you go Triforce, Kraken Slayer, whatever you end up starting with, can take a little bit of time to ramp up, while Belveth, very, very strong, has access to 4 Q abilities technically, right? So just has the higher damage output available. But we are going to see that Varus taken here, and it's most likely going to be lethality Varus, which I don't think it's too bad here, but if red side, they end up drafting, more tanks, a better front line, you might have to swap to that more on-hit variation, and I would have loved the Ashe there. That would have been such an insane lane to slam for blue side here, just because I don't think TMU Blue have any answers to double-ranged poke.
No, they don't. And the problem is it's still going to be hard to have answers for Varus Milio, right? Like, if they're going to lock in the Jinx here. It looks like there's a high chance this will be Jinx Maokai. Should be. I don't necessarily think this is a great pairing into Varus Milio because Varus is one of those champions that, while it's not Milio's strongest pairing, certainly a valuable pairing. You can deal a heck of a lot of damage, getting that extra range, getting those blight stacks on, and then popping them with the E or with the Q. I mean, that's going to be some serious damage that Maokai and Jinx are going to take. And it's not like they're very long range to start with.
Yeah, will it be interesting to see what this Jinx actually gets paired up with. I want to see the more red side bans, right? Are we going to ban out enchanters? Are we going to ban out kind of those things? Are we going to ban a little bit more mid lane focus? Are we going to try to kind of pinch the mid lane champion pool because we haven't seen too much here? If I'm TMU Blue here, I definitely save my counter pick for mid lane here. You slam that support R4, throw in like a Lulu. You can potentially go Yumi if you want. It's all up to you. But that AD Twisted Fate top lane will be what's going to be banned here, along with the Udyr, just giving this Maokai a little bit more freedom and a little bit less pressure against him.
Yeah, that's a champion that you have to take off the table. That champion is downright disgusting, even after catching some nerfs. I can't remember if we're live yet or not for those, but I mean, regardless, the champion is going to get nerfed. So, catches a few of them, he should still be pretty strong, and I expect to still see that champion in pro play and around that, as we are going to see an Azir hover at the very least. I wonder if they are going to lock that in, and they will. So TMU Blue going super late game though, right? Like that is a big worry against a Belveth and a Varus with a couple champions still on the table.
Yeah, I love the Azir into Varus, right? You talked about being long range. Azir, one of the longest range mid laners in the game right now, has the ability to also scoop you because you're so immobile. But the typical counter pick that we've been seeing is what I'm potentially gonna be locked in here is this Hui, right? Pretty solid in the mid lane, has a lot of range depending on what button combination you do, whether it's QW, WE, so on and so forth. Has a solid lane matchup into the Azir, but I like Azir. There's a reason he's very good in this meta. He can play the long range game. He can play the poke kind of Sand Soldier style, or he can immediately scoop you if you're out of position, if you're on these immobile champions like Hui, like Varus, like Milio, and you can't really do much about it because he's got a Jinx and a Viego ready to pounce.
You see Aatrox, the final lock-in for the side of Rochester Orange, and it's I like it, right? It's a good pairing with the Belveth because Belveth needed a dive buddy. And Aatrox, giving you that, okay, now we've
Mm-hmm.
got a drain tank. We also have the, Belveth's damage reduction. Everybody knows, everybody hates it, right? Should have some solid ability to be able to dive these turrets. However, they are lacking in the CC department pretty big time. And on the other side, we are going to see the Yone counterpick into the Aatrox here. What do you make of that, Shibby? These rosters feel like they're so dramatically different, but so much power in all of these champions.
The burden of execution is on Rid Esports, right? Like they have very little tools to kind of start these fights off, right? Like it's either like a Belveth flank that hits a W, it's a Varus chain of corruptions, Aatrox potentially has a flank on you depending on the objective fight, but they don't really have a definitive, I want to engage, I want to fight right now at this moment, right? The Varus chain of corruption can miss, can go wide right, wide left. We've seen it happen time and time again. While you look on the other side with Team U Blue, their comp's easy, right? Mm-hmm. Maokai presses R, Maokai presses W. You've got a really solid ways of jumping onto the enemy. Jinx can reset, Viego can reset. You've got a way to divide the team up with the Zir wall. It's a very solid, easy composition to execute. And you always know what I preach, right? If you are in these higher levels of competitive play, the comp that is easier to execute will more than likely grab you more wins later on. It's a more fundamentally strong comp, more structurally sound, and it's a lot more forgiving, which is the really big kind of point that I want to make here.
Yeah, and I fully agree with that, but I still have some nagging thoughts in the back of my head, Shibby. Again, we talked about how they're not really an early game team, right? You've got the Jinx, you've got the Azir, right? So you're playing off the back foot. Even Yone is going to take some time to scale up, although he'll be fairly strong, early and even in the mid game, at least by his raw damage and his ultimate. But this is a team that they can get behind early, and if they're dying pre-level 6 before they get some of these disengage tools, which double as their engage tools, I mean, they could be in big trouble. There's all of a sudden a cascade of them just dying, and then they look up and they're like, guys, we're down like 6K gold. What happened?
Yeah. Rochester has to slam early, right? That's like pretty much what this team comp or what this means to me, right? You've got the Belveth, you've got the Varus, you've got the Milio. Run those 3v3 skirmishes. Use your lane priority in the bot lane to start taking dragons early. Amplify the pace of the game is essentially what I want Rochester to do, right? Make it a 24, 25-minute Dragon Soul, right? Force TMU Blue to fight when they're not comfortable, right? When they're not on those 2-3 item power specs, when they're on components and stuff like that. That's where you have the advantage. And so really the question is, like you mentioned, can they go down just a sliver of gold, right? 1,000, 1,500 here, make it into that mid game, and then they can really start fighting? Or are they going to bleed so much gold that Rochester end up with a 3,000, potentially 4,000 gold lead? They have TMU has no dragons to their name, no grubs, nothing, and they kind of just give you the map for free. You don't want to do that if you're TMU, even if you do have that late game focused composition. You have to make sure you can stem the bleeding early and pick and choose the fights that you can win, either through numbers advantages, roams from jungle support, right? Become a 3-man kill squad with the mid lane, and just look to fight unfair fights until you're ready.
Yeah, and one of the things that I love that you mentioned very early on your point is 25-minute Dragon Soul. We talked about how Hui really good into Azir early on. We've talked about how this bot lane, Varus Milio is a pretty solid pairing. Again, my opinion, not the best, but still a very good pairing against Maokai Jinx. I mean, I don't see any way how Team U is going to be able to contest any of these dragons, right? So, you could potentially pencil them in down 2 Drakes to none. It's just a matter of what we're going to see done on the other side from another ganker on this Viego, right? He's going to be able to have to make some plays happen, some creative ganks. I mean, the lanes are gankable. At least top lane is somewhat gankable. But, I foresee a situation where RIT just has full control early on, and then TMU is like, okay, well, we either have to wrestle this control away before we're finished scaling, or let them have whatever soul they want and hope it's not a good one.
Yeah, I want to see Belveth get in the face of this Viego, use your mid lane, use your bot lane priority, start, kind of making it uncomfortable for the Viego to play the game, right? I mean, what he's going to do. He's going to want to full clear. He's going to want to hit level 6, right? If he sees an opportunistic gank, he's going to go for it, but he'd much rather full clear, back, rotate his camps again, hit level 6, and then really want to start going into these lanes. Use that to your advantage, right? Use the knowledge that you know what this Viego wants to do, how they want to play, and start looking to invade him on his Raptor respawn, on his Gromp, whatever, right? Wherever you have lane priority, really make it uncomfortable for another ganker.
Well, let's see how uncomfy he's going to be. Are we talking, sand in your sandals, right? Or are we talking like very, very nice, cool leather couch, right? As we have made it onto Summoner's Rift here. And already the junglers get a little scrappy, just throwing a couple pot shots at each other. It means we're in for a heated game, right?
I was thinking jeans and socks in the bed, kind of uncomfy.
Oh
You know what I mean?
God.
Like that's
That reminds me of the Challengers League commercial where Kangas hops out of his bed with his shoes on. That is pretty uncomfy, if you ask me.
criminal. If you sleep with your shoes on or with jeans, you need to be checked out, I would say. But 5-point defense, starting pretty much for all of these teams here.
I want to derail that for a second. So, like, what happens? What happens if you come home from like a long day of work and you fall asleep on the couch in your jeans? Does that count?
No one's too EP to change out of their pants. Yanni,
I don't know, man.
so.
I have been known to be an EP soldier from time to time. Okay, now
Fair enough.
you can go talk about the jungle pathing.
Yeah, I mean, both of these junglers starting on opposite sides of the map is now this Maokai trying to get funky early, right? You have to do that in this bot lane because once this Varus Milio hit level 2, level 3, you can't do anything, right? You've got the ball to kick away any sort of advancement from the Maokai. But yeah, the jungle pathing, going back to it, both these junglers starting on opposite sides here, not looking to meet eye to eye. I think another ganker, smart choice from him to kind of avoid potential Bel'Veth invade. Bel'Veth kind of has to spot this out and, has to count the camps, has to maybe scout out the Raptors. So if they're looking for a Raptors respawn invade, they can do that. But I really like that another ganker and the rest of his team kind of prevented Rochester from getting any deep vision down to any of these jungle camps. So Maxander can't really invade with knowledge.
Yeah, and we have seen how much that early vision has been so positively impactful for the team that gets it, right? I feel like now this season, more than seasons past, we're seeing like junglers walk in and they're getting solo kills and things like that because they're catching people by surprise. And speaking of potentially by surprise, this has been word out, but it was a good flash engage, and Meowno could be in a little bit of trouble. Does have flash available, but is down a ghost for right now. So they're just trying to walk it out, but could see a lot of damage coming through. Good flash, but good patience from another ganker. The heals are coming out from the campfire, but I think the damage might just be a little bit too strong. Oh man, that's the power of Melio. This is its first blood from Meowno.
Yeah, playing that 2v3 the best of their ability. I think Zetas, the only thing he could have done is potentially tried to step in front of that Viego E, right? The stun there from Viego. If you step in front of that, you potentially give Meowno a little bit more time to do more DPS, but it's a 1-for-1 overall. The wave's not going to get shoved in time, so realistically, Varus coming out on top with the first blood. He's going to pack that wave up. Yes, Geo has red buff, but how effective is it going to be in this lane? How much time with this red buff are they going to get? Maxander's fine. He gets a free scuttle to himself. He's on pace for his jungle camps. Meanwhile, another ganker is going to be late on his camp rotations, and he's not going to hit level 6 as fast as this Bel'Veth, which is so crucial early on because you want to try to stop those early objectives so she can't get into her Steve, Manta Ray form.
Her what form?
I don't want to say it, man. You know who I'm talking about.
That's what I thought, Shibby. Put some respect on the man's name, but put some respect on the name of Meowno and Zetas, because, listen, winning a 3v2, even if Melio is busted, is still a very, very tough thing to do. And you talked about how this is going to be big for Meowno. Meowno up 10 CS right now. I generally think they're pretty okay with how that went, especially because now they're up about 600 gold. Oh, sliding in is Salt. Salt got feared, though. Doesn't have that much mana, but Hui is here. Oh, man. I just realized that they picked Hui, and they have, Hui on one side, Hui on the other.
Yep, that's why I got to make the distinction early. Imagine if you pronounce it Hui, right?
Oh, no.
As we might see
There's
a potential
no
dive
I would
because
live that one down.
we went mid lane. Oh, this is a decent dive opportunity. I kind of wish they pulled the trigger here just because they know that mid lane is not there, right? They know that Maokai's on a roam here. They should have just pulled the trigger, but instead they're going to go for that early dragon. Dragon for Grubs trade. You'll take that. That's a typical trade here. But I feel like Rochester could get so much more.
Yeah, I will say the good news for them is that they are getting Ocean Drake. Ocean Drake being the strongest lane Drake, as many have said in the past, and will continue to say for as long as it lives, because, you know, you get that extra regen. That is pretty massive. Will you take it over 3 grubs is the question, Chibi. I know you are a grub enjoyer, as I've become a grub enjoyer as time has gone on. Who do you think wins out on this trade?
I think if you're looking at the team comp specifically, right, I don't realistically think the Jinx or the Yone or the Azir are going to do too much with it, right? It's nice later on, right? Because now Yone, if he goes into that, like, Hull Breaker, potentially, like, we see Bork into Frostborn Gauntlet, if he goes that side lane build, and they are allowed to get that 5 to 6 grub mark, doesn't matter what 20th Kazekage does from minute 1 to win at minute 20. If he's split pushing you down, he's going to be able to take your whole side lane within a couple seconds because of the amount of pushing power Grubs gives you. So it will be impactful later into the game. As of right now, though, I will say Rochester have won the early game objective trade.
Yeah, I'm sure that they are very happy with that. You can see Salt is
Killing?
taking a lot of damage. This could be a kill, but looks like Salt... Ooh, it was a nice little sidestep there. Had to have the dancing shoes on. But very, very worrisome getting pushed out like that.
Yeah, and with everything that's transpired, Rochester have netted themselves a nice 1,000 gold lead, right? You look at Aatrox in the top lane, he's got a small CS lead, Belvet's got a small camp lead. Even you look at a bottom lane here with that first blood money plus CS, they've just kind of out-mechanicked TMU, which we expected to happen, right? Because of how early game-centric Rochester's composition is, you're gonna go down 1,000 gold here and there. It's now, can TMU stem the bleeding? Can they not bleed too much more? 2,000, 3,000, 4,000? It easily stacks up. Trust me, I'm an expert in credit card debt.
The one thing that really made me curious was when they sent 3 to go up and do the grubs. You know, obviously, grubs can take a little bit of time, right? But, you know, you committed your Azir, you committed your Yone, right? You already know that RIT has the stronger lanes. So you're just putting your laners further behind, and I do wonder if that will come back to bite them because, you know, you saw the gold flash up for a little bit there. You know, mostly the difference is in top lane, but now Arkezis has kind of gotten control of the mid lane ever since Salt went up there and left.
Yeah, like we talked about that Hui matchup and how it can kind of be a little annoying for the Azir because he's used to being like more the longer range champion. He's used to bullying the other mid lane mages. But Hui is just so good at trading back damage, and he also has the utility of his different abilities, right? Like, he can give himself a speed up to outplay you, potentially fear you if you want to go in. As now, Alexander looking for a gank here.
Flash for flash, but they will try to turn onto the Maokai here. Maokai with a good knockback, and flashing away will be able to survive. You know, Shibby, Meowno burning both summoners, I think it might have been better served to just target the Maokai.
Yeah, I mean, you try to go for that, the 2-for-0 play, right, if you are Rochester, but I think they played it really well. GL flashed the Chain of Corruptions. Hui as well, you saw, when Belveth went for the stun, instead of flashing it, used the Twisted Advanced Invulnerability to dodge that out, and then flash the follow-up CC potential or damage. Really, really well played from both of these guys, and to avoid that gank when you're so far pushed up, you waste the Belvet's time here as Maxander potentially looking to fight. There's a 3v3 skirmish about to happen, potentially 3v4. Maokai's here.
Yeah, big knockups coming through. Let's see if Haxter can do anything because it is just an odd man fight. He's got the World Ender popped, but he's got to run for the hills because Maxander couldn't get there. Flash burnt, and they managed to take out Arkezis and only burn a flash out of the Azir, but bottom lane here, it looks like Geo should be able to walk it out.
Yeah, and we talked about it early, right? How does TMU win these fights early on? What do? They fight unfair, right? They throw pocket sand in your face. They call up their buddies. They say, you know what? It's not a 3v3. It's a 4v3. We're going to have Hui kind of roam all the way up in the top lane, be this big burly CC machine. And despite your champions being stronger early, they're not going to win a 4v3 here. And so the second set of grubs is actually going to go over to TMU Blue here. That's going to give them 6 grub stacks. It's going to hatch 2 voidlings, or as you call them, Twitch chatters, every time they auto, and that's going to give them immense pushing power, and they don't really lose much for it. They can reset, walk their way to drag in 30 seconds, and fight for that too if they want.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the ping go down on it, but certainly it looks like TMU is going to look to take it. If they do manage to wrestle it away from RIT, I mean, that is huge to me. We talked about how, we expect RIT to go up 2 Drakes to none, but might not see that happen here. We're seeing Kazekage back, and Haxor has teleport available too.
Yeah, bot lane needs to shove this wave here, right? If the call is go dragon, we want to fight this, you immediately shove bot lane as fast as you can so you have that lane prio bot and you can join up with your team. But instead, it looks like they're want to give it up, or they're kind of, dancing around it, not really being definitive here. We did see Maxander go over the wall on the minimap here, so he's soloing that dragon. So all this bot lane has to do is just maintain bot lane prio and just don't die to this gank here from Viego.
Well, Maxander might be the one who's dying. The teams are cut off here, but Maokai is the target. He's taking a lot of damage. He doesn't root up Geo. Meanwhile, other side of the fight, we're seeing Azir do a lot of damage and manage to take out Maxander. Arceus is forced off on the other side. Geo getting rifled down under the turret. Can he land the Q? Not quite. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but jungler down on the side of RT. Never mind. Arceus actually able to pick up a kill in the mid lane. But here comes the Viego. Miauno was not aware that he was just going to come in and do just unspeakable things, but the turnaround is there, and Zetus is the one who gets the kill.
Wow, the ultimate coming out from Zetus, the campfire, the shields, everything. That's why Milio is such a high priority pick right now in this meta. Just allows you to live for so long. And yeah, it was a 1-for-1 originally. Arceus was able to pick up that trailing kill onto Salt, so now Azir can't travel. I was expecting a TP coming out from the Hui potentially to help this bottom lane out, but Miauno and Zetus just had it in the bag. They were completely fine. Dragon doesn't go down, so we might potentially see a second fight for it. Viego not in the vicinity here, but yeah, look at this. Look at Salt.
Yeah, this could be bad. Salt in a little bit of trouble, but another ganker is here to try to stop Maxander. Big double knockup, pulls him into the wall as well. It's just a crazy combo, and Hui gets 2 kills.
Yeah, and Maxander hits that Manta Ray form. Hui gets 2 kills. They should be completely fine here. I would be indexing into this dragon, right? Because you want to amp that 24-minute, 25-minute Dragon Soul as fast as possible. Instead, Rochester opting into for these skirmishes, but not really getting much out of it, right? Other than kill gold here. As Haxor.
Oh, Haxor couldn't get in front of Kazekage, which means he will be able to escape with his life, but you see what Haxor is doing and is just unabated up in the top lane.
Yeah, and there's not really much this Yone can do. Alright, I thought that dragon was going to get stolen here. Geo throws that super mega death rocket into the dragon, doesn't get anything, and now we do see a Cloud Soul, which is actually not the worst, right? It's not the worst thing, especially if you are playing champions like Aatrox, like Varus, right? The move speed is so valuable on champions like these guys who are much more immobile, like Hui, Varus, and so on. So Cloud Soul, obviously you would have loved Infernal, you would have loved potentially the Hex Tech or anything else, but we could potentially see a 26 to 27 minute Cloud Soul here, and that could just blow the game wide open.
Yeah, not only that, RIT managed to get kills on top of it. Speaking of kills on top, gonna go after Haxor here. Haxor has to try to create some room, but they are just dodging everything. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, Miauno is able to get a kill in the 2v1, but a 1-for-1 overall across the map.
Geo is getting punished for the crimes of his support right now, right? Hui is doing these roams, right? Basing, running mid, typically what you're supposed to do. But you've got to do that while the lane's shoved in, as right now, they're going to opt in for the 6 Grubs and Rift Herald play, which I really like. I think it's the better out of the kind of early game objective plays that you can make, right? Either you want 2 Dragons or you want all 6 Grubs plus Rift Herald. The ability now to drive the Rift Herald into another lane and potentially get 2 turrets off of it is some of the slickest things we've seen pro players do, right? And pro teams do. Oh, you run it mid, take that. We're going to turn it all the way to top lane. We're going to take another tier 1. We're going to just blast the map open. And I want to see if some of these teams have kind of mastered that at the collegiate level.
Yeah, and TMU is going to have to master it, right? Because they are down about 4,000 gold, and they really need to make a play. Like, this is their opportunity. They break down a turret, maybe get a kill or 2 out of it as well. They will be in good shape. Just seeing a little bit of back and forth between everywhere on the map. Viego heading to the bottom lane. Does have that Rift Herald if he wants to use it. But not sure if he will. Wait a minute. Haxor is just going to go in and commit to this
my.
fight. Kazekage got chained up, and Haxor is just decimating this Yone right now.
Yeah, that Profane Hydra build is so crazy, right? The lethality Aatrox is back.
Uh-oh.
Stuff of Nightmares has come.
Run
Boogeyman
him
is in
down.
Meowno, though.
Run him down. Change the corruption. Not up yet, but it's about to be.
One more auto.
Flashing forward, but a nice flash in response from the Jinx. Super Mega Death Rocket gonna land, but no death to be had. The only deaths that are gonna occur are the ones of the jungler and support for the side of TMU.
And we talked about Rochester playing with this bot lane priority, right? Playing with the fact that you've got Varus, Milio. Just start diving, start invading the jungle. I love what Maxander's been doing, albeit a little late. He's flexing the Bel'Veth muscles. The Kraken Slayer is available. Your bot lane is so far ahead. This is on-hit Varus as well with lethal tempo, so he's going to be pumping out damage well after the piercing arrow comes out, well after the abilities get thrown. He's still going to be putting a ton of damage here as now. Uh-oh.
Assault forced the flash because of the grasping maul from this way. Assault has just had a really, really rough time. Well, off to the side, Zydus is in a little bit of trouble. He has to flash away, but he will be able to survive. Not really supposed to do that on Milio, huh?
Yeah, he was desynced with his mid and jungle, right? He was potentially looking for a play here as everybody low health bars on Rochester's side here. Dragon up in a minute and a half. This will allow TMU at the bare minimum to get some vision down.
Uh-oh.
As I say that, nobody's with Maokai here?
Yeah, Maokai forced the flash away. Meanwhile, Rift Herald gets put down over the wall. I guess he thought, like, oh yeah, I've got sweep. So the Rift Herald not going to get much use out of it. You're not going to even see Twitch chat come out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Rift Herald goes down, takes a chunk off the mid lane, but that's about it. That is the least impactful Rift Herald I have seen in a while. You would have loved to throw that down. What? 20 seconds, 15 seconds before the dragon spawns here. I was going to say TMU, because Rochester had low health bars, they could have walked in and get vision, but it was only we that walked in and tried to get vision here. You've got to help your Maokai. You've got to help your support establish vision in the enemy jungle. You can't have 3 people farming mid lane here, and TMU kind of squander that small opportunity they had against Rochester to establish vision early and stop the dragon stacking.
Yeah, they lost their Rift Herald. They lost their chokehold on the map, and there's potential that they might lose their top laner, but we'll see how that fight progresses. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, they're going to make an engagement onto Arceus. Arceus just trying to walk it out for right now. Salt does a lot of damage, but the Hui will survive, although another ganker coming in for another gank, living up to his namesake. He's going to need some assistance here. Is he able to clear out the minions? So the ganker gets knocked up because Maxander here to help out his buddy. Maxander takes a lot of damage. The root's going to come through from this Maokai. Going to root out multiple targets here, and that means the Hui is going to die. Another ganker flashing away. Will he survive? Not quite. Maxander
What is this?
gets the kill. This turret dive is ill-fated, Shibby, and now the Maokai, the only one left alive, and he's on the wrong side of the tracks. Just a matter of if Maxander can get there. Cloud Soul trying to help him out, but he will finally get knocked up. Trees not known for their movement, Shibby, as it's almost assured that this Maokai will fall.
Yeah, and that dive, I'm so unsure as to why another ganker didn't just try to get a hit or execute Arceus first. He tried to 1v1 the Bel'Veth under the tower. Bel'Veth does damage, man. You can't 1v1 her. They get the kill onto Arceus, but Maxander just hard carries that fight. And then we see Meowno and Zetus come in on the backside, ready to kind of counter dive or counter the dive here. That allows them to pick up this dragon. And TMU had the right idea. All their players just didn't execute properly, right? If they get the kill first onto Way, allow Viego to reset, and then potentially turn on to the Bel'Veth as Salt. Oh my god.
He's all right.
It's fine.
He's all right. Sand Soldier's there to help him out. This is why an Emperor does not fight.
Red team's turret is
Yeah, that dive was just poorly executed from TMU Blue, and they kind of squandered that opportunity. And so now we see, what, a 23, 24-minute potential Cloud Soul for Rochester, and they've also got a 6,000 gold lead. Sorry, 7,000 nearly now. They are in full control of this game. We talked about them having to dominate early, and they did just that. Their AD carry is mega fed. Bel'Veth is mega fed. Hell, even the Hui, who had a pretty solid laning phase, was able to pick up kills top lane and bottom lane. And so now pretty much all the right members for Rochester are ready to siege and are ready to fight TMU at a moment's notice. How long can Team U stall this game out is the question now.
Yeah, and they're just so dangerous, right? Not only, you get a 5v5 chicken match with them, right? And you're getting hit by a bunch of poke, even though it's not poke Varus. Speaking of, the engagement's going to come in onto the Maokai. Here come the roots, but from behind, it's another ganker, but he's going to die before he can kill anyone. Zydus is going to be the target, though. He's going to go down. Teleport's coming in, and now Kazekage whiffs on his ultimate, but Haxor is here, is popping the World Ender. Geo is slowed, and Geo is dead as Haxor continues to lead the charge. Kazekage is going to be the next target, as he is going to get hit with the chains. He's trying to duck dive, dip dive, and dodge. He's going to go over the wall, but is eventually going to get chased down, forces the flash, flashes himself. Maxander gets a kill off screen, but they are going to dive the Yone and take him out. It is more wins for the side of RIT Orange.
Yeah, Rochester, we're on the back foot, but we're able to just kind of turn that fight around. Viego, or another ganker, going down instantly, right? He realistically should not be the first one going in, right? You need your Yone, you need your Azir to scoop somebody so they can allow you to start resetting. If he goes down first in these fights, TMU just never have a shot at winning it, right? Because you lose your reset potential, you lose the guy that can turn around some of these fights, and quite literally, Jinx is just not there. Geo is not at a point in this game where they can contribute to these fights and make a difference. They are so far behind because of this Maokai roaming constantly, forcing the dives onto Geo. You look at the level difference, 10 to 12, right? You also look at the CS difference, just how far ahead Miano is. And I'm not going to put all the blame onto Geo because Maokai was just ganking and roaming and wasn't really paying attention to what can happen to this Jinx in a side lane, in solo, under that turret.
Yeah, it just feels like maybe a better supportive jungler would have been the pick here. You need picks that are going to be able to support your carries that need time to get online. Maokai is certainly that, but just again, as you mentioned, not buddying up with the Jinx caused a lot of problems. And Salt has done whatever he can to try to keep himself relevant this game, sitting at 3-3. But another ganker, because of the aggressive nature of Viego, it just was not going to work. That being said, Chibi, you and I both know that Baron can be a cruel mistress as the dance begins, but pull off of it. Lots of vision down here, playing some chicken.
Yeah, I like what Rochester's doing, though, right?
Those are sand soldiers that just went out. Haxor is just going to try to push forward. Grasping Roots coming out from the Maokai to try to slow everybody down, but Geo is the one who gets picked. And it's going to be a 1-0 as the death ball of RIT continues, and they ping themselves to the Baron.
Yeah, and I love Rochester using the Baron as a team fight tool and just kind of baiting cooldowns out from Team U and then forcing them into a really bad position. They got the kill onto the AD carry. There's less reset potential. There's less danger here. Kazekage does want to do something. Ganker is here. They could go for this deal.
Ganker is going to try to get in, but the Baron's not low enough. It's a smite fight, and it goes over to Maxander, but a double kill from Yone. He goes in and snaps out. Not too bad. But on the back side of the fight, going down is Azir, and this Maokai is going to go down next. So, yeah, Yone's like, guys, I got him, but takes a look at the rest of the team, and it ain't that great.
Yeah, everybody is slain. It's a 3-for-2 overall, and I think Rochester's completely fine with that. Dragon's up in 25 seconds. They're going to clear out this vision. I don't think TMU Blue is in any position to contest this. Cloud Soul early on. They took our advice, Yanni. They pushed the pedal to the metal. They accelerated the game pace, and you look, they're 10,000 gold ahead. TMU have to stall for another 20 minutes.
This is a bit of a risky play, but Maxander is just too strong, right? Has now hit 10k gold in his own pocket, and when you're able to 1v1 the strongest member of the other team, I mean, you just knew it wasn't going to go so well.
Yeah, 20th Kazekage just not really able to do anything. Stridebreaker, Kraken Slayer in hand. It just feels like TMU has failed to launch, right? The rocket got to the first layer of Earth and started crashing down, right? They couldn't just jettison to outer space. They have not hit that late game point, and I don't think another 10, 20 minutes are going to change that, as Rochester's just not going to give them the time.
Yeah, I think they bought that rocket off of Temu here as mid-inner turret has gone down. And it's all Rochester, right? The world is their oyster. You see Aatrox pushing up in the top lane, looking to claim a fifth turret of the game. Salt gets caught out. And Miauno gets kill number 10. Meanwhile, Viego is just sitting there behind guys. Guys, what's happening is The Maokai is going to get caught out, and he is going to go down. He may have rooted everybody up, but I don't think it's going to matter. Gio is going to be the next target. Maxander going over the wall. Gio has the flashback over the wall. Kazekage, though, is the one who was caught out. Viego said, don't worry, I'll help you out, but he dies too. And Gio is the last one standing, and he is going to get his recall canceled, and he is going to die. That is an ace for the side of RIT as they are pushing into the base for the win.
Yeah, they've got one cannon here, although it's not going to get that debuff onto the turrets. They do need another wave, guys. Just wait a little bit, and you'll be able to end it here. But a really clean game from Rochester, right? They understood their comp's power. They understood where they were strong. They knew what they needed to do. And as they're going to pick up a little bit extra kills on a TMU Blue, Rochester just used the early game strength of the Bel'Veth, of the Varus Milio, to just force TMU Blue in some really, really uncomfortable situations. It also helps that your Aatrox and your Hui are just winning the 1v1 outright, so they can kind of use that power to translate, and they're completely fine giving the Grubs over, giving the Herald away. Hell, I'd be completely fine with it too when I saw that Herald usage coming out from TMU Blue. Just massive, massive, massive performances from everybody on Rochester, understanding where TMU Blue is weak and attacking it, insanely well.
TMU Blue shouldn't have went to bed with their shoes on, Shibby. They were massively uncomfy that game. And I wonder what the strategy is going to be for the next one, right? I like the idea of getting your scaling laners out, right? And, you've got Yone, who's got a little bit of power. And, I didn't even hate the idea of the Viego, but I mean, they didn't play around, their scaling laners and how strong they can be later on in the game. You let yourself get that far behind. It's just exactly as we called it in the pregame. We knew that this was going to be an inevitability if the game progressed the way that we expected. So what are they going to have to pull out for game 2? Do you think they just say, hey, we're going to try this again, but change out a couple of champions? Or are they just going to overhaul everything they're doing?
They might have some trauma bands coming in as well, right? They might not want to see that Hui again or that Bel'Veth. I think getting yourselves an advantageous jungle matchup, like we talked about, is so important here in this meta. You saw what the Bel'Veth did. Viego just couldn't play the game, right? All these ganks, these skirmishes, Viego was going down, the survivability of Bel'Veth and how she can affect these skirmishes. It was so important. And yeah, drafting yourselves a strong mid 2v2 if you're TMU Blue should be your number one priority. Viego Azir do not scream good mid 2v2, right? At least with Hui Bel'Veth, you have the ability to help from long range. You can support your jungler who has a really good advantageous jungle matchup, and you're infinitely more useful in these skirmishes, these 3v3s, these 2v2s, as we saw transpire in this game here. I want to see some more mid 2v2 focus from TMU Blue, and just give yourselves a fighting chance.
Yeah, it wasn't that great, and again, you talk the mid-jungle pairing, it was not that great. The bottom pairing for the other side of RIT was fantastic, and you saw them get those advantages through those avenues and take it to a victory. Textbook meta call for our year 2024. We're going to take a very short break as the teams are going to reconvene, and then we will be back with the Game 2 draft between RIT Orange and TMU Blue. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to Wednesday Night League of Legends here with the NECC. RIT Orange versus TMU Blue, and RIT Orange, Shibby, we liked their team composition. We were like, this is what they got to do to win. They did the exact thing that we thought they were going to do to win, and they are up 1-0 in the series. We were questioning, what is TMU Blue going to do to try to reverse their fortunes? You mentioned some trauma bans potentially. I mean, it's so hard, right? Like that Aatrox felt like he was going to be very hard to kill, but didn't feel bannable. I don't think the Bel'Veth thought bannable. I don't think Hui felt bannable. Like, it doesn't feel like RIT's team comp was like, we must ban this champion, but it worked out really, really well for them. So TMU Blue might feel differently.
Don't give Varus away. One of the best AD carries in the game right now, because how flexible he is in terms of he can go on hit, he can go a lethality, he has a lot of lane prio, pretty hard to gank at the moment because of the bot lane changes. You're banning Lucian away and giving Varus does not signal to me that you really understand the current bot lane meta right now. You can leave those open and you can force Rochester, who's on blue side, by the way, to make the pick. Do I take Milio or do I take Lucian? And you just take the either one, right? You either go the Lucian Nami if they take the Milio, or if they take the Lucian, you go Aphelios Milio, which has been a really popular lane into Lucian Nami. But you can't give Varus away and pick Jinx, who has just not been thriving in the meta lately, and especially pairing that up with Maokai engage or Maokai support, expecting to potentially kill this Milio, who fundamentally just counters your champion, right? His ultimate completely negates everything Maokai wants to do. One of the few huge counters to Maokai support at the moment. So I think just TMU Blue need to kind of reel it back, don't get too cute, and really understand, like, hey, these are powerful picks for a reason. Let's nab some for ourselves.
Yeah, and this is where we will really see how good of a team TMU Blue is. Is this a team that has, you know, not only good mechanically skilled players, but also players with wider champion pools, right? Because you mentioned you gave away a really strong combo and you didn't pick one in return. And one of the big things about this season has been you're going to give up a good bot lane pairing. That is almost inevitable every single game, but you should be getting one in return to be able to match it, or, you know, have another objective for your bot lane. Oh, you know, this bot lane is really good in the mid game. Well, we're going to draft a kill lane, or we're going to draft a really good scaling lane. And they weren't able to do that. And that was just the tip of the iceberg for their problems. If there's one thing they can shore up so easily, it would be that bot lane.
Yeah, I think just pick stronger champions. Like, it sounds like such a basic analytical thing. Oh, just pick stronger champions. But I think the more deeper dive into that, right? Like, yeah, pick stronger champions for it. The deeper dive into that is like, what are you looking to accomplish with this Jinx Maokai? What is it supposed to do into the enemy team? What is it supposed to do into the champions that the enemy has picked, right? You already had the Azir in the mid lane. You already had potentially like the Yone that you wanted to pick here. So maybe if you picked a little bit something more aggressive that can pressure the Varus, that would have been dealt better with. But the fact that you ban Lucian on red side kind of just sealed your fate a little bit here, as we are going to get into the pick and ban right now. And Xin Zhao once again being banned out. We talked about Karma having to be a must ban on the red side, Smolder as well. It feels like red side draft is, at least pick and ban wise, feels really, really bad on the first rotation.
Yeah, and, you know, having to ban away that Xin Zhao means that, you know, another ganker is not going to be the one to play it. And you don't want to give it over to Max Anders, you know, really strong champion right now. I think probably one of the strongest junglers that we've seen in recent history, because he's so impactful in the early game, can take so many 1v1s as a solid clear, good in a 2v2, and then later on in the game, also pretty good. So you do have a lot of options there. Lucian going to get banned once again as well. It just seems like maybe these teams are just like, you know, Gio's like, listen, I'm not really a Lucian player. Because you could always first pick it into, you know, 3 bans, then none of them are Melio or Nami, and then just pick one of them, right?
Yep. That's typically the trade that we've been seeing, and not having the solution. Now, ban the Varus, right? Yeah, there we go. Yep. That's what you're forced into. And so now you devolve this bot lane. And if Rochester get like Aphelios Milio, what do you play against that? How do you punish that lane? Your Lucian's gone, your Varus is gone. What are you going to pick, right? Tristana bot lane, like Misfortune, potentially? Jhin Ashe? Like, there's a couple answers you can do here and there, but realistically, I don't know what you're going to pick if they just go scaling now, because now scaling is a good option. You've taken some of the most abusive bot laners out of the game.
Really interesting ban. The Belveth was banned away by the side of RIT. So, clearly thinking that another ganker may be the one to pick it. And it looks like it's going to be another first pick
Aphelios
Maokai
Emilio
here coming out. It doesn't just need to be Aphelios Emilio, right? It can be Kate Lux. There are so many strong combinations that are still on the table, right? For the side of RIT that can really abuse Maokai if he's going to go to the bot lane. It's still, the super flex is still up for right now.
Oh, this is crazy if they lock this in.
Oh, I
don't know if it's going to go mid lane or top lane. The flexibility of 80 Twisted Fate. I don't like it bottom lane. I'm gonna say it right now. Don't take 80 Twisted Fate bot lane. It's way better in top lane, way better in mid lane, right? You don't got to worry about two champions, and they're going to opt in to take the Viego because the Belveth is banned. So you prio that Maokai support. Now what do? What are you going to take away? It most likely is going to go support Yanni. I don't think 20th Kazekage is going to play that, especially because he's identified he's a Yone player. You don't want to put him on Maokai. He's not going to have a fun time. I do like this, though, because these two bot laners are out of the meta, or sorry, out of the game right now. Smolder is a very, very good pick here. Are we going to match that up with a Seraphine support, or is it going to go Seraphine mid, and we're just going to play for this late scaling team fight monstrosity, similar to what they tried to do last game, but a little bit better champion-wise?
Well, sure, it is what they did last game, Shibby, but take a look at the first two picks for the side of RIT. Those are aggressive picks. If you put Twisted Fate mid lane, like Twisted Fate Viego is a very good 2v2 because you have stuns and a fair amount of damage, and Silas is going to be the pickup here, and what a fantastic pick against TMU.
Oh, yeah. Maokai ultimate, Seraphine ultimate, Mom, right? You get Mom as Silas. You do so much damage. Yeah, Silas. Yes, I guess so. I guess so. Silas's mom does have it going on. I was shaving her lawn back in summer.
Her lawn, and so
whoa, wait, that's how the song goes.
No, it was mowing the lawn.
Shaving, mowing, all.
There's a big difference with context, Chibi. But I'm not sure if we can dive into that on a collegiate broadcast. So let's take stock of the bands coming in here. Yone and Riven is also off the board here. So they're not sold that the 20th Kazekage will be playing a tree champ, which, as we mentioned earlier, probably unlikely that he's playing the tree.
Yeah, unlikely that he's going to play the tree here. Aatrox banned out. Yone, Riven, Cassante as well. Could open up a Gnar angle potentially for TMU here, although I don't particularly know what counters Twisted Fate because of that range top matchup. Do you match range top? Do you go something like Sion and just play tank? Malphite angle potentially, but because the Silas is on the enemy team, do you really want to Malphite? Like, Silas throws a wrench in a lot of plans because if you just pick a fundamentally good champion with a solid ultimate, he just does it better.
Yeah, and what are you going to follow the rest of this team up with, right? You already mentioned that, hey, we've already got massive team fight ultimates. Do we want to index more into them? Do you want to give the Silas more options? It is a rough sledding here, and usually you have to pivot really hard in your drafts once a Silas is picked. We see a Fiora getting locked in as well, so we're going to see some hands checking up in the top lane, and Ari is going to be the lock-in here for the side of TMU. So, Shibby, there's a lot of magic damage on this team. Listen, you're going to get a lot of value out of Mercury Treads if you are the side of RIT.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a Seraphine Smolder bot lane. And, I'm not the biggest fan, as we do get the Jax lock in here potentially, or into the Fiora. So you might have been right on that call earlier, Yanni. It is Twisted Fate bottom lane. What are they going to pair that up with support? Like I said, I'm not a big fan of the Twisted Fate bottom lane.
What's the jungler for TMU here? I guess it's going to be Maokai. I would assume it's so, Maokai. Right?
Yeah.
Listen, it could always be Jax. It could always be Jax.
Jax jungle is also a good flex, really good into auto attackers. Like, this is a mega Jax angle because there's Fiora, Viego, Twisted Fate, Ashe, right? 4 auto attackers. I mean, you can count Silas, right? He does do some of his damage with those auto resets, but realistically, Jax gets a ton of value into this team composition. In a vacuum, Jax is very good, but you look at Silas. He's got Maokai Ultimate to seal, Ari Ultimate, Smolder, Seraphine, like 4 really, really good ultimates where he can just change the course of a fight in the blink of an eye. And with this Twisted Fate Ashe bot lane, it works as like almost akin to Caitlyn Lux in a way, right? Obviously not the same range-wise, but still has that really long poke ability, right? Wild cards plus the frosted arrows from Ashe, right? Allows you to hit the slows, allows you to hit the wild cards easier. You have the ability to stun under tower. Smolder and Seraphine are just not going to have a good time here, especially because this Seraphine is more focused on going to be trying to heal the Smolder up and really get them out of danger, rather than what we see in Smolder or Seraphine bot lanes, where they just kind of full clear the wave, don't interact with you, and then scale into the mid game. This is a Seraphine that does not have a lot of income, so she's going to have to build more supportive. And so I really like Rochester's composition, because despite the Jax being on the enemy team, every single other matchup is completely in their favor.
Yeah, and, you know, talking more about the bot lane, sure, Smolder, Seraphine have infinite clear, but on the other side, Twisted Fate and Ashe, they have fair amount of poke, fair amount of clear too, right? They might be shoved under their turret a little bit. This is a little hard for Twisted Fate to clear out those waves when you're ADTF, but the thing is, AD Twisted Fate wants to farm up till you hit your first item, till you hit like Static Shiv, right? And then from there, he's like, okay, I want to go fight. That's such an early spike against a Smolder, right? That the Smolder is not going to really have that much combat power against him. This is where you're going to see Twisted Fate be useful. This is where you're going to see Ashe be useful. And, you know, if this Viego sniffs toward the bot lane, there's going to be a kill.
Yeah, the mid 2v2 once again, really, really strong for Rochester at the moment. And yeah, you mentioned it could be a Static Shiv, Twisted Fate, could be Kraken Slayer into Rapid Fire Cannon is what we've kind of been seeing here. There's so many different variations and builds on TF that the AD kind of path, or the AD build path, is so good that you can kind of slam any of those 3 items and you're on pretty good shape. And like you mentioned, early power spikes against a bot lane composition like Smolder, like Seraphine, yeah, good luck getting any dragons, good luck contesting any objectives. Rochester just might walk away with another 24-25 minute dragon soul here, and there's nothing TMU Blue can do about it, because they decided to once again pick a scaling bot lane. Have a little bit better priority in that mid lane with the Ari into Silas, but like I said, the mid 2v2 just simply favors Viego Silas much more than Ari Maokai right now.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a mid lane crushing in order for this to go in the favor of TMU, right? It just, obviously, you're going to get the advantage in lane as Ari into the melee matchup, but unless you are getting kills, you are up like 20 CS plus, you are making map movements first, and there's no response from RIT, you're not really going to see things come together. So I am very, very worried for TMU's composition. Now, the good news is, as we talked about, they have a bit of a wombo combo, and Silas can only take one of those ultimates, right? So, you know, you're going to get a high value one for sure. But in these early fights, once you take these grasping roots, now it's like, okay, that's an easy one. Now you have Mom, which is a little bit harder to hit. Now you've got Seraphine Encore, which can be a little bit harder to hit at times. So there are still windows for TMU to be able to win some fights. But again, you know, you mentioned that scaling is just going to have to be so important. We're going to see how big the Smolder stacking is, because we've seen a very polarizing Smolders. The ones who stack really, really well are the ones who bring their team from behind to victory. The ones who don't stack so great are the ones who lose.
Yeah, I feel like Smolder is one of the most polarizing champions, right? And the ones that we've seen a very clear levels, like there's levels to Smolder gameplay, right? And so you mentioned like the guys that get 200 plus stacks at the 18 to 20 minute mark, they're hitting their W's, they're farming with their Q properly, right? When it's upgraded, they're hitting the casters in the back, they're Wing/Qing so that the splash damage also adds a couple more stacks in the Q. Smolder is one of those champions that really kind of defines at the moment what kind of AD carry you are and how well of an understanding you have on these champions. But now we are on to Summoner's Rift, Yanni.
Shibby, imagine telling somebody even like 4 years ago that you've got Baby Dragon with a Popstar Seraphine as bot support duo against Twisted Fate Ashe. Like, what kind of Twilight Zone somebody would have gotten into.
Oh man, I'm here for the wackiness. I feel like this
Gold
season's
card.
been the most important.
Gio.
Whoa, Gio!
Gio!
That man's honk shoeing. He's honk shoeing right now.
He is indeed honk shoeing. Is he honk meing or is he honk shoeing?
He's in the both, right? You said it's a Twilight Zone. He was in the NyQuil zone because he had no clue what was happening. Rochester just walk up and gold card him and he's dead.
Him sleep.
Yeah, seriously, really dropped the ball there from TMU. I mean, you give the kill over to the Ashe, the support gets it, but I saw Ashe carry his Ashe support. That man played like an 80 carry. He had like 18,000 damage. He out-damaged Gumayusi in one of the games.
Yo, real quick, we're still on 14-3, right? So that does mean that this Ashe could have gone back to pick up World Atlas and chose not to, which I find pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we have been seeing kind of this stuff creep into NACL OQs, and I think NACL as well. LPL is also adopting it, where the support, especially if you're on an aggressive support like this, AD supports, you just take Dorans because it's much better to abuse in lane. As you can see what's happening to Hui right now. He's half health in like a matter of 5 seconds, and then they'll back and take World Atlas because the punishment for not having World Atlas in the first couple of minutes is not that bad because you stack so fast now.
Yeah, and one of the things, talking with multiple coaches, that they've said is the strategy with this is to go and bully your way to a plate. Not only just, you have all this lane power, but you are making things happen with plates.
Salt.
Arceus does a lot of damage to Salt. Does have teleport, no ignite, so Salt still stays upright.
Yeah, and Silas likes this matchup, right? It's super fun for him to kind of dive into the Ari's face, block the charm, and Gio just eats that gold card raw there. Yeah, Silas loves this matchup. It gets even more fun for him when he hits level 6 and he can start trailing the Ari behind while they're ulting away. Really tough for Ari to kind of abuse it, especially because all her potions are down, and Miano is just really using this TF to its full extent. Dropping the gold card under turret, saying, you know what? I know your jungler's not here. My jungler's in the back pocket. I'm going to exert as much lane pressure as possible. And like you said, get that first brick.
Yeah, I'm not sure if taking a turret shot was worth it, but it looks like Miano is totally fine from there. I like Zetas' positioning as well to be able to hit these volleys, but is a little low on mana. And once you get hit by the Achu, you're going to take at least a little bit of damage back.
Yeah, the Achu into Seraphine Q follow-up is almost pretty much guaranteed, right? Like you can get that stun down, you can get a little bit more autos going. But I like how Rochester's bot lane has been playing it, right? They understand they're more powerful. They understand they have lane priority. Let's just make sure our Viego paths towards us, covers the gank, and if they're low enough, if we get them under turret, why not fancy a dive? Max Anders should do it.
Yeah, I love what they're doing. Just, Wave is slow pushing on the other side just because of all this AoE, but Max Anders does show. So, you're going to take a little bit of damage for their troubles, but Miano is going to take a lot of damage. No Summoner's Burn has to walk it out, but they didn't think Max Ander was still going to be there. Gio in a little bit of trouble, but is going to survive. Also still has Summoners up on top of it.
This is rough. Juicy Maokai, another ganker, did back here. They might win this.
Yeah, heal is burnt, Flash is burnt, and Max Ander is burnt, but Zetas is looking for more. Flash for Flash means that he's going to be able to pick up the kill. He is ghosting, but he's got to try to outrun everybody else as he's getting chased down really hard. It looks like he just actually gets out because mid lane is under siege.
To give up the chase here. Zetas, is he going to execute?
No, I like that. That's actually huge. It forced a flash at Assault too. Like, what a creative way to execute yourself.
You might as well get some value on the way out, right? It's the best thing to do. You execute yourself, you get a flash, you type worth in the chat. I feel like they should have kept the chase on if you are another ganker and Hui here, but allowing Zetas to get more value than it's intended, TMU just honestly sleeping on the wheel.
That is really rough, and it just feels like some members have now come into this game very prepared after that game one. And Kazekage just having a rough time up here from what we can see. Down quite a bit of CS, but has some minions to catch. But when you're behind the 8-ball, it's like, okay, we have a Jax, he's got Sheen, but he's also down 12 CS. You're not going to be feeling that great about your chances in this game.
Yeah, we do see potential fight scrap for these grubs. We once again roaming here.
Oh, wait,
Earlier
Hunter
left
going
the
in.
Jinx. Wait a
Everybody's
minute.
going in, actually, as that's going to be a Spirit Rush burned by the Ahri, and there's going to be a bit of a grub trade going on as Maxander wants to find a way in, wants to go up 2 grubs to 1, but will be able to just walk away and will say, I'll take my 1 grub. Thank you.
Yeah, he's just got to deny 1 more, and the 4-2 split is completely fine. And we see Maxander just running down to that bot lane, going for the grub trade, grub dragon trade here. Arceus had mid lane prio. Bot lane should be fine, so Meowno and Zetus should have first walk here. Look at Geo. Like, the guy's starved. It's 20 to 51 CS. The man cannot nibble on some minions.
No, he is going to be in a bad way here as well. Gold card locked in here. He's going to burn the cleanse, but Zydus did a great
he
job
almost
of
did it.
taking up the turret.
doesn't
Maxander is low, but he will be able to walk it out, and the volley means the slows are there. Well executed by RIT.
Geo didn't know the tech. The guy doesn't know the tech for Smolder. He could have avoided that gank completely, because if you use the E, the flap, into the terrain on bot lane, you become untargetable. You essentially become Kane for 1.5 seconds. That would have been the difference maker there. Well played from Rochester to identify, hey, their bottom lane, their support, their jungler aren't here. You left your Smolder alone. Let's pick on this bot lane once again. Geo has just been getting the short end of the stick here as he plays these scaling bottom laners.
Yeah, the good news is he does have at least a fair amount of damage to issue back here, but yeah, things are in a bad way. He's got a Dark Seal in his inventory too. 0-3-1 with 22 CS. I'm not sure that's where you want to be with a Dark Seal.
We're scaling, right? We're buying it for the future as Arceus. Ooh, nice charm from Salt.
There goes the
Bottom lane
roots,
gank, though.
and that will mean that Meowno is dead. Good gank there from another ganker, and has 2 stacks of Dark Seal. So Geo shutting me up pretty quickly.
Yeah, but 20 stacks on that passive here. That is not trending towards the late game giant, the 200 stacks in 18 minutes Smolder that we typically see. This might just be a little bit slower than that. They are going to end up getting that dragon here. Maxander and them could not do anything with that dive onto Geo. They could not go for dragons. They couldn't do anything because of how low they were and how many turret shots that he tanked, as Arceus tanks a turret shot here. Salt has been doing decent into this silence, but like you said, the Merc tread value coming out. Arceus just playing this lane expertly. Is Kazekaze might die here.
Yeah, he is going to get dove. He does pop the ultimate, but he does get stunned.
He's dead.
Maxander will be the benefactor of that game.
Yeah, just on a ganking spree right now. 1-1-3 has participated in 80% of the ganks or the kills here on the map for Rochester. Just showing true jungle dominance right now. Excellent in game 1 on the Belveth. Says, you know what? I'm going to show you how to play Viego. This is how you do it. Has been coordinating dives with his bottom lane, his top laner. Just really, really well played from Maxander so far this series.
Yeah, and you can see in the early leads that they've gotten, and this one is even harder for TMU to try to overcome. It is 3,000 gold, less than 10 minutes in. It just feels like it's total domination coming out of RIT. You can take a look at the gold totals: 800, plus 800 in the bot lane, plus 800 in the mid lane, plus 800 in the top lane. It's going to be a little bit more because the stun lock is onto the Seraphine, who's trying to shield, trying to heal, flashes away, and dies.
Ashe, Twisted Fate, once again just flexing their power. This is lethality Ashe as well, right? That W hurts. Every auto stings like a wasp. And so Hui can't really do anything, right? You're getting slowed by the Ashe arrows. You're getting hit up by the Twisted Fate, who's AD as well. You don't have a lot of health because you are an enchanter support. And so you just have to kind of take that punishment, and eventually you just go down. First death for themselves here, and I just love what Rochester's doing. It seems like they just have a better grasp of what the meta is, and they understand how their champions function within each of these lanes. As Zetus and Meowno, they don't know. They don't know.
Oh, X is about to give it to them. Geo is going to be the target, and he's going to get stunned up. He did have cleanse. Mom is going to come out. Charm's going to come out. A lot of damage on Zetus, who has to flash away, but Meowno is able to flash forward and take him down. Throw some playing cards Gambit, and he is able to teleport away. And Zetus should be able to walk out of the roots just fine.
80 carries can auto attack. Geo clicked back and forth, didn't really know how much health he was going to get from that mom because he threw it down and was running away. Then he's like, oh, I actually have health to fight. Didn't auto, didn't Q, didn't do anything, and just allowed Zetas and Miano to just kind of rack autos against him. As now Maxander might get punished for this blue invade right now.
Maxander didn't go over the wall. He is trying to sprint over to his turret. Will survive. And that just felt like a scenario where they should have had him, but Maokai knocked him over the wall. Kazekage going at it with Haxor here. He's going to try to land the stun. Good dodge of the riposte means it is going to be a 1v1 kill and a shutdown to Kazekage.
And that's the minigame you play the Jax Fiora, right? Jax has the ability to completely stop that stun early and hit you earlier, but if you wait it out, he can just kind of wait you out with your riposte, as it is a bit of a longer cooldown. Well played from 20th Kazekage here to get that solo kill after getting dove in that top side here, and that might be a carry point for TMU. They've still got late game. They still have Smolder. They still have Jax. Late game menaces in their own right against Rochester, and breathing a little bit of life into this TMU roster.
Yeah, they're going to need to breathe some more, though, because it's a 25 CS lead in the top lane for Haxor, right? And you know that he's just going to be able to rip apart somebody like Smolder, just as long as he can get to them, right?
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Fiora has a lot of trouble closing the gap. You have to get a flank, but you've got friends like Twisted Fate, like Ashe, who can set up that CC, potentially Silas stealing, like you said, the Maokai ultimate, will just allow this Fiora to close the gap immensely here. I want to see what's going to happen once kind of laning phase is over and how Rochester kind of groups around these. And you mentioned, Jesus, yeah, look at the top lane, look at the mid lane. TMU have no map control right now.
Yeah, they are in a bad way, to just put it mildly, right? You know, they're down, they're down 4 grubs to 2, and it just feels like nothing is going right for their laners. Everybody on the other side is at 100 CS or more, and your side is still looking for your first 100 CS champion. Kazekage, at least the dive protection is there. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, a lot of damage to Hui, who is forced to heal. They're going to be able to root up Zetas, and Zetas doesn't have any summoners to get away, so he's just trying to run. It looks like he will be able to run it out.
Forcing that heal out is crucial. We can potentially look for a dive. Arceus is just putting the work in on Ari right now, right? Just absolutely taking those chains to her face and just dealing so much damage. Yeah, Salt, he's got the Malignant, but Arceus is going to get to that Roa pretty soon, and a 13-14 minute Roa on Silas is well on point, and he's going to become a massive mid-game threat.
The bad news for RIT is that their bot lane is pretty low with the dragon up, but they're going to look for an engage onto Geo anyway. Geo going to get over the wall, will be able to survive, but Hui does go down, which means the root is going to come down onto the Maokai. Zetas able to get the kill, but Miauno teleported down there, which means can't help out Maxander. We should be pretty okay with this. Nice ult over the wall. Maxander's super low, but the dragon did not get aggroed until he's able to heal up just a little bit. Being said, Maokai hovering around, knows that, you know, he needs to try to make a play or something, at least force them off the Drake, Shibby.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we don't have Arceus getting that kill over another ganker. Might just be able to pick up this dragon. He actually kills Salt in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So now it's a 1v2, 1v3 potentially.
It's just a 1v1,
Stop
bro.
tanking the dragon!
Oh,
Stop tanking the dragon, Maokai!
Dragon resets, another sapling landing. Meanwhile, in the top lane, 20th Kazekage able to survive for just a little bit longer. Another ganker flashes, but so does a Maxander. Ends up being a flash for flash out of the junglers. Maxander has to reset. He can't really get close to this Drake.
Now the bot lane of TMU Blue is here, so they're going to stop that dragon stacking, which was one of the ways that Rochester could kind of win. I lied. They want to fight this.
They're getting scrappy. They got a lead, and they know how to use it. Miauno going to try to land a stun onto somebody, and it will be the target of another ganker. Another ganker will be able to secure the Drake, but will go down in just a moment. Miauno gets the Seraphine. It is just really bad news here for the side of TMU.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Rochester was so confident in ripping that, but then you look at their bot lane, right? How far ahead are they? You saw that static shiv coming into effect. Serpent's Fang from Zetas. The itemization is there to just contest these dragons. Despite Maxander being so low on health, he relied on his bot lane to kind of get him there.
Salt gets 1v1. And
And now bot lane?
Yeah, Ashall coming out here. Geo has to run away desperately. Ultimate coming out from Hui, but good sidestep by Zetus. Miano going to chase him down. He's just too damn strong at this point. Shibby, I told you, he spikes with Static Shiv, and you're seeing it here.
It's just an insane one-item power spike for the ADTF. And if you're the Smolder side, the fighting's not done, Yanni.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 going on, but a teleport is going to spoil that in just a moment. Maxander takes a little bit of damage. Kazekage's got to try to get out, and Maxander will ult away. It ends up being 0 for 0, but Arkezis does grab the Grasping Roots if he wants to try to go in onto this Maokai. Does not land Abscond Abduct.
Unfortunately, can't fight any longer than that. But Rochester just have an absolute chokehold over this game right now. It feels like TMU Blue have no room to breathe. They have no room to make plays. They can't even kind of walk in their own jungle without potentially this Silas or this Viego being there. Rochester have just played their team composition to a T here. Their bottom lane super far ahead, mid lane as well. They can skirmish you on any objective, on any camp, on any lane, and TMU Blue just kind of have to walk away with their tails tucked between their legs.
They're being very polite Canadians right now. They're going, oops, sorry, my bad. Let me get out of my own jungle here. And listen, that is not a good way to win League of Legends. And in fairness, it's just things were bad from the jump, especially in that bot lane. You see Geo is sitting at 82 CS at 17 minutes. Rift Herald going to the side of RIT. I don't think they'll get Twitch chat for using this. I think it's only on 5 or more, but I could be wrong.
I think if they drive it, they might potentially here, as Kazekage is just trying to survive this top lane right now. And Smolder, yeah, 87 CS. He's probably at like, what, 60 stacks? I don't know if they win this 1v2, by the way. Silas could do it easily.
Let's find out. Arkezis down to about half HP, but Salt's going to be the target. And the Ashe ult coming through lands right onto the Maokai. The roots come at Miauno. Going to try to chase down Salt. Meanwhile, Arkezis going against another ganker off to the side. Misses the abduct, but the Kingslayer to heal up. He's up 3 levels. This should be easy pickings. And they're going to chop down a tree. George Washington, a.k.a. Miauno, wants to be the one to pick this one up. But Arkezis says, no. That one's mine.
Yeah, he just stalled enough for the gold card to come in here. And that bot lane skirmish, I said it was a 1v2. I lied. Miauno came in with the gank as Rift Herald does go down, but we might go down here.
That's just so rough. They use so much to take down Hui there. But that means bot inner turret should go down. More gold to RIT Shibby. This is a massacre. It is now a 12k gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, even more dominant than game 1. Right? We talked about how good that composition was in punishing early. They were at a 10,000 gold lead at roughly like the 20-minute mark. This, like you said, is a 13,000 gold lead at the 19-minute mark. It is insane right now.
Yeah, this is rough, honestly. You know, Geo needs to go watch some How to Train Your Dragon. You know, come back stronger in the future on this champion, because this dude is looking like Toothless. His wing was clipped, and he has not been able to make anything happen all game long. It should be who you're hanging your hat on, right? It's got to be Kazekage, right? He will take them into the next millennium.
You're hanging your hat on a prayer, right? Like, you gotta just go 20 minutes deep, right? You gotta get to that 40-minute mark. But yeah, Gio's stuck on Baby Dragon. There's no Time Wizard. You can't get to Elder. It sucks right now.
Oh, it's so bad. Charm's coming out, but here comes another ganker. They're going to have an advantage in this fight. It's a 4v2, and Zetus has to run scared, but they're going to go on to the Silas. Silas still alive for right now. Has to flash away, but Kazekage is going to match the flash and try to chase him down. Oh, Jesus. Is he going to try to turn? He is going to heal up a little bit, but he does go down. More gold into the pockets of this Jax.
Yeah, lot of kill gold, lot of shutdown gold, but you're going to need to do that. Let me count on my hands. 1, 2, 3, 20,000 times before TMU Blue can actually kind of have a foothold in this game. My math might be off, Yanni, but I think that's roughly correct.
Yeah, you mentioned no Time Wizard for this Baby Dragon. They're going to have to adopt the Joey Wheeler playstyle of rolling dice and hopefully getting lucky, right? Because this is not what you wanted if you were TMU, obviously, right? They're down so much. I think the team comp was good. I don't think the team comp was particularly bad.
I just think Rochester had a slightly better one, right? Like they gave TF, they have Ash,
yeah,
it's a double support is now mid lane potentially looking for a pick.
Another shutdown goes into the pockets of TMU. They do lose mid inhibitor turret for it, but listen, you will take the gold.
Oh yeah, we take those here. Salt just trying to get some more gold back in their pocket after that rough laning phase for themselves here. And yeah, there's down ton of gold here. We see Rochester just looking for TMU Blue to face check some of these. They're clearing out the Baron vision as we are hitting that 21-minute mark. And Rochester can just start this Baron and stop it with impunity, right? They don't have to worry about it. The saving grace for TMU here is that there is a Mountain Soul on the menu, and you've got potentially 3 chances to pick that up here, right? You've only got to hit 1 of 3 or 1 of 4 for you to kind of secure that within the next 16 minutes.
Yeah, and that would be such a sigh of relief if they could pick up this one, right? Don't give any power over to RIT, but you can't lose too much for it, right? Because, you know, if you want, you could also just be like, listen, we'll let you have a couple, we'll try to scale up, but should be a problem is you look at these champions and the scaling does not match up. These things are not equal. RIT, I think, just has a superior late game too.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Fiora, you've got TF, who can kind of split you to death. He's got 3 items with the Ginsus into the static, into what is the rapid fire cannon. Also, you just look at Zetas, right? Full lethality, destroys any shielding that you would have hoped to get from the Seraphine. Also just does a ton of damage himself, right? Can quite potentially 1v1 Smolder or Seraphine if he wants to. Because now, in this Baron...
Oh, there's only going to be a 1 charm, and that's going to go on to the Silas. They're able to take out Maokai. The next target is Geo. Geo gets absconded and abducted, and it is more kills going over to RIT. And they're just pinging for the base now. A couple members are going to head over to Baron, so a bit of a split call means that this game is still alive for now, Shibby. See this?
Oh, see this?
Oh my god, he's flashing forward. He's just styling
he's clean with it.
on Salt right now, playing with his food. That means a middle inhibitor is going to go down while the rest of the team does take out the Baron. He could be looking for Kazekage here as well. He's going to pop his ultimate, but nothing more is going to happen.
Yeah, they're going to back. They're going to kind of cash some of those checks potentially here, but yeah, I mean, just Zeta styling on him, right? Flashes the charm, full confidence, knows that the Ahri doesn't have ultimate Spirit Rush available. He just autos her down, whittles her to death. And we talked about how far and how much damage this Ashe can do with that Cyclo Sword, with that Serpent's Fang here. I mean, it's just feels so bad for Team U Blue because you know they're just hoping to get it to that 35, 40-minute mark. But Rochester are just slowly tightening their grip like an anaconda and just squeezing the life out of TMU Blue slowly.
Yeah, and that's the problem, Shibby, right? They went to go take a fight because they're like, hey, they're doing Baron. They got an engagement on their terms, and it wasn't the cleanest engagement, but guess what? You gave up 3 deaths, and then they just got the Baron anyway. It just puts you even further behind, makes it harder to secure this dragon. But like you said, Shibby, minute and 15 seconds before this dragon is up. I don't think another Ganker's Flash is going to be available, though, so they're going to have to get creative.
They're going to have to Blast Plant in or, you know, W potentially onto one of the members in the Dragon. But realistically, Rochester doesn't have to chance it to a 50-50. If TMU Blue decide to go for this Dragon, your base is wide open. Mid lanes has supers pushing down. You still got Baron on you. There's now another Ganker, and the rest of TMU Blue are just throwing a hope and a prayer down into that top side. Maybe we catch somebody, maybe we don't. It's a Maokai ultimate. I'll get it back up again.
That is a very big cooldown, though, with this dragon coming up. Meanwhile, the chase is there from the backside, and Maxander trying to get some burst damage out. Ultimate burned by the Seraphine as well, and the flash over the wall. They're looking to end this game. Kazekage pretty low. Another Ganker is going to fall, and Kazekage flashing over to get the stun down, but he's going to go down. Haxor flashes away into his healing just enough to stay alive, and Maxander takes over the Jax and takes over the game, and that is it. A 2-0 victory for RIT Orange in 25 minutes.
Rochester's family is ringing the dinner bell, Yanni. It's time for meatloaf and casserole because they are out of here in lickety split. 2-0 sub 26-minute victories for Rochester. Just dominating faction. You pick early game, you get rewarded with the pizza party. I think that's what Rochester is going for here.
Hold on, I thought they just had meatloaf and casserole. Now we've got pizza. I mean, that is a noticeable upgrade, right? Maybe Silas's mother was the one with the home cooking there. But a very, very impressive victory here for RIT Orange. And no surprise that they're 3-1 in their group in the East right now for CLAW play. They look very, very good. They're playing against some pretty other competitive teams like University of Waterloo, University of Toronto. This certainly a nice feather in their cap to get some cross-group action and take a W. They'll be like, you know what, guys? I think this season will be pretty solid for us.
Yeah, and I think the individual that impressed me the most, right? My MVP of this game is Maxander.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Just dominating fashion from start to finish in the jungle, right? Belveth and Diego having the confidence, using your laners, understanding your priorities and ganking and invading in game one. Fantastic. Perfect. Took the Viego, said, this is how you play it. I'm going to dive. I'm going to use lane priority again, and I'm going to start getting things popping. And that's exactly what he did. You saw him take the game over, had complete control in all the lanes, right? Was a threat all across the map. Yeah, you gave up some dragons. Of course that's going to happen. But realistically, there was just no chance for another ganker to do anything because Maxander felt like he was everywhere all at once.
Yeah. Everything, everywhere, all at once with that guy. Really creative angles, too. I mean, we saw in the first game the angles that were taken on the other side that were like, hey, this would be a really great Viego flank if your team was ahead. But this is what you saw, the Viego flanks when your team is ahead is what Maxander was able to do. Just kind of lurk through. I mean, you even saw in that last fight to kick things off, found a good stun, flashed over the wall, and made things look easy, Shibby.
Yeah, just fantastic play across the board from Rochester as they take that dub here. Unfortunately, TMU Blue do go down with the loss, but a fun series nonetheless. Here we saw cool amount of champions. We got to see TF in the bot lane. We got to see some Silas, Maokai, Aatrox, Leone, a good plethora of champion diversity here. And I had a fun time casting both of these teams, and Rochester looked like the real deal, man.
Yeah, man. And the more I see champions like that being played, the more I've come to appreciate this season of League of Legends because it's been wacky early on. It's been creative, and we're only 2 months into the year. I'm really excited to see what kind of tech gets broken out as the college season progresses, as the amateur seasons progress, and as the pro seasons progress. But speaking of progressing, we're going to progress to Thursday, tomorrow. That is what's going on. Overwatch 2 will be here on the NECC Esports channel. That'll be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern sharp. Be there or be square because Overwatch 2 is pretty awesome. But that'll be it for us here tonight. For myself, for my co-caster Shibby, for BBBB behind the glass, and Adam, our producer. Thank you all so much for being here with us this evening. We hope to see you tomorrow for some Overwatch 2 action.